layer beyond the backups. We had a death at a really rural Mississippi school a few years ago, and most of the people in the school were impacted by this loss. And so there was a lot of chaos and confusion about, do we close school? Do we keep school open? And so again, always thinking about that multiple relationship piece. And you have seen with some institutions when there's been big events, they'll say, hey, we're just going to for 3 days, we're just shutting this down so everybody can kind of just be and kind of collect and come together and spend time together. And so, never be afraid to encourage, shutting down if that's what is needed. It's hard to do for a school, but like a local business or something like that, it may be a little bit easier to do. Great question.
RC, this is Jaquilla again. I'm still just getting quite a few compliments on the information you provided today. I do have someone who is asking, is there an option to receive the actual PowerPoint? Can it be sent to them by email?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Will they just need to reach out to you to receive that information?
Yes, they can. Um, Let me put email. I'm uncertain if I can put my email in the chat box, but I'll try.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you.
While we wait for more questions to come in, I just had to throw in one more thing. Um, One of the things that was really challenging, I remember with doing the postvention in the school, was getting the kids to open up. And I can take no ownership of this. It's actually Chris Elsie, our colleague, who came in with a couple bags of candy and just went around the room and asked which was their favorite and gave them one of whatever they wanted. And as soon as that happened, the kids started talking. But until then, they just were really hesitant, like, who are these random people showing up? Why should I talk to them? And sometimes they're, like, I love that you brought up the, Dollar General purchases. Those little things can be so impactful for this work, and they may feel silly, but, it's amazing how they can help break the ice.
Mhm. Again, it's one of those circumstances and situations where it's not necessarily the best approach to come in with, you know, a strategic plan and objectives and goals and things like that. We're really just talking about showing up and spending time with people and hanging out with them and creating spaces where they feel like they can kind of open up. Thank you all so much for being here today.
RC, were you able to put your email address in the chat? I'm still getting questions about individuals who would like to receive a copy of your presentation?
When it only allows me to send to host and panelists, so
Okay.
I'm unsure.
All right, I'll handle that for you.
It was reposted by Asia so that everyone could see it.
Perfect. Yep, I see it.
Great. Thank you, Asia.
Hey, y'all, we're going to give it another 3 more minutes for questions, and then we'll move on to the next segment.
While we wait, because I'm really bad at being quiet, someone asked about resources for blind and handicap. We actually have a webinar that we're doing with the Center for Vision at MS State um, in a couple days on the 20th. That's looking at suicide and blindness and low vision. Those who are blind are at twice the risk of suicide as someone who isn't blind. And that is it's especially acute for youth and young adults. And the biggest recommendation from a suicide prevention perspective is, there's a lot of adaptive devices that can be used. And the more someone's willing to engage with that, the more likely it is that they will have a good outcome. So just willingness to use the devices that exist and also ask for help when you need it. And I really will try to be quiet now.
You're fine, Michael. Thank you.
All right, you all. Thank you so much for participating in that question and answer session. We'll now take an opportunity to host a brief video from Moving America's Soul on Suicide. In the first clip, we'll hear more from Misha, who navigated his own persistent mental health challenges while in school, and later armed himself with the support and resources necessary not just to survive, but also to thrive.
think you'll constantly hear that New York is really unkind, that it's a rude city, but I tell you what, as long as you don't get in someone's way, it's the nicest city you'll ever experience. Every place that I've lived in New York, it's a pretty classic thing for a New Yorker to get their bodega, which is their corner store. It's funny because every time that I have moved apartments, I gauge my ability to explore the community based on whether or not the person behind the counter knows my order. And just recently, I finally got to that point. I finally got to the point that I walk into my bodega and the one man behind the counter says, bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup. I said, yeah, that's it. That's my order. It's one of those rewarding things that even though you're in this large city, you make connections with people everywhere. You make small connections, small daily moments where you can laugh and smile. So, I am a mission-driven software engineer. That means that I work on technology, specifically in mental health care and in suicide prevention. And we help them in our app using a mixture of peer support, medication-assisted treatment, and other services. So we really provide a full care coordination for those individuals. I originally got into mental health tech because about 10 years ago, I was experiencing quite a lot of challenges myself. For a long time, I was growing up gay and closeted in Ohio. It was not easy. At that time, it was much more difficult to feel like I would be safe if I came out. I think for a very long time I had reinforced this idea that I could not be open, I could not be honest about who I was. And I think it was a very close association with that belief that turned into I was not worthy. I think that belief warped into a belief that I had to do everything I could to be more worthy. For some time, I had been actually trying to seek help. I think I realized that I was in quite a bad place when I was still a student at George Washington University, and trying to seek help, I found it impossible to get the help that I really needed. I actually found a clinical program for PhD students in clinical psychology, and at first it was very helpful. It was actually exactly what I needed. It gave me access to therapy for very low costs. Unfortunately, throughout that experience, when I first started exploring therapy and I first started pushing myself to really dive into this core belief of worthlessness, I had a lot of challenges with that, and I had a lot of struggles. At one point, it actually started causing nightmares. It turned into full-fledged insomnia. There was about a week where I was fully unable to sleep. I had maybe gotten an hour or two of sleep every night. At the time, my midterms were going on with my college classes. I was so stressed and I was so anxious and I was so worried about what I was doing to my friends, because I believed that in that moment, if I would reach out for help, I would be bothering my friends. In those moments, that was when I really got desperate for a solution. That was when I got desperate for an out. And it was at that time, after one particularly bad day and after a bad exam, that I got so stressed out, I had gone back to my dorm, which was on about a 5th story. Most dorms, especially on higher stories, will prevent their windows from being opened more than about 6 or 8 inches. But at the time, my room didn't have those. And I remember noting that in my mind and thinking it was weird. But of course, in the midst of this complete panic attack, this multi-day panic attack, multi-day experience of insomnia, when I was suicidal and I needed a solution, I needed an out, that was my escape. That was my chance to relieve myself and to unburden the people around me. So I did. I actually opened my window, and on a 5th story, I sat on the window frame for about 15 minutes, really willing myself to jump, really trying to get myself to go head first. But I had turned around and I saw myself in my mirror. And I remember feeling, at the sight of myself, angry, feeling so angry. I climbed back through the window and I punched the mirror. Something about that purely physical experience brought me out of that mental crisis that I was having. And that was the moment, with my fist bleeding and full of glass from the mirror. It was that moment that I realized I really needed help. And that help was not going to come through suicide. That was not my solution. That was not my way out. Help was calling a friend and saying, I need to go to the hospital. Can you come get me? I don't know that there was any one thing that anyone could have said to me in that moment, which is really unfortunate. But what it did take was people understanding that I was in that place, and people knowing that it would be a long process, but that the process works. Knowing that there was a solution. There was a world in which I could be healthy, and there was a world in which I could have love and have friends and be successful and be worthy of all of those things. So looking back 10, 11 years later and thinking how far I've come, it's shocking. I never would have imagined that from that dorm room in college, experiencing this mental health crisis, that 11 years later, 10 years later, I'd be in New York City working in a job that I love, experiencing these new connections with people that I never could have imagined meeting, that I would be having amazing nights just hanging out with my sisters and getting to talk to them and getting to know them better. It's shocking to think of the beauty in the world that I would have missed out on. I've learned over the years about what is best for me. I've become a little bit more immune to other people's suggestions or, pop culture that suggests you need to do something to be healthy. And I think what's beneficial about that is that once you get through this very hard journey, it's not easy, but you start to learn what is best for you and what will keep you healthy. I still go to therapy. I found a therapist who actually understands me and who I can speak to, and a therapist who can call me on my bullshit. I think that is first and foremost what helps me unlearn the belief that I am inherently not worthy. It's the ability to be challenged by an unbiased person in your life. So I will constantly suggest that everyone go to therapy, regardless of your mental health. I just think that it is so helpful. I don't think necessarily that public speaking and sharing such raw emotional experiences with everyone is for everyone, but I certainly think that if you can tell someone close in your orbit, someone you love, about your experiences, and that's the first person that you've opened up to about this, I think it changes everything. At first, it's what you need to hear when you don't believe you're worthy. You can talk to someone and they can remind you that you are worthy. Even if you don't believe it, they can tell you that. and you can seek help from that. You can start the process, you can start the journey of recovery.
Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Nadorf, who will be introducing our next speaker. Please remember to use the Q&A function after the presentation in order to participate in the Q&A session if you'd like to further engage with the speakers. Also, please text the word shatter to 866-510-0973 to participate in the evaluation process.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Michael Nadorf. I'm a professor of psychology at Mississippi State University. I'm also a suicide loss survivor. I lost my grandmother to suicide. So it's a personal topic, and I'm very pleased to be part of DMH's panel on suicide. I forget the official term, but I'm glad to be a part of the suicide prevention work that we do in Mississippi. And with that, I'm very excited to introduce our next presenter, Dr. Candace Ridley. So Dr. Ridley is an assistant professor of in the School of Social Work at Jackson State University. She's a licensed certified social worker and a board-approved LCSW supervisor. With over 19 years of experience, she has worked in areas of administration, policy, planning, field education, advocacy, community development, suicide prevention, substance abuse, corrections, domestic violence, mental health, foster care and adoption, and healthcare throughout her social work career. Currently, she serves on the board of directors of the National Alliance on Mental Illness in Mississippi and on the Council of Social Work Education's Council on the Role of the Status of Women in Social Work Education. In 2018, she was a governor appointed to serve a 4-year term on the Mississippi State Board of Examiners for Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists, where she served as the board chair and served 2 years on the board of directors for Hinds County Human Resource Agency. Her interests include improving access to quality health care for people of color and mental health across or among college students. As a result of her amazing love for her alma mater, Candace received her baccalaureate and master's degrees in social work and her doctoral degree in education administration and supervision from Jackson State University. She's a native of Jackson, Mississippi, and currently resides in Clinton, Mississippi, with her husband and son. She enjoys watching football, organizing events, and decorating. We're really looking forward to your presentation. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Ridley.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to share my screen here. Can you all hear me pretty good?
Yes, we can.
All righty. So thank you again for that lovely introduction. And I'm looking at two different screens, so forgive me if I look a little funny in the actual profile. So good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Candace Ridley, and I am a professor in the School of Social Work at Jackson State University. Today, I will be speaking with you all today on suicide risk and mental health issues among diverse college students, primarily students who attend historically Black colleges and universities. This topic is very near and dear to me because while working at Jackson State University, I always wanted to know why students did not seek services from the on-campus counseling center. We referred several students for counseling, but we didn't quite understand why students were not utilizing the available mental health services. So when I was asked to speak with you all today on this topic, I was so happy because I conducted my research on this topic when I was completing my dissertation. Although I would have loved to have completed my research at Jackson State, I was encouraged to kind of step outside of the box and conduct my research out of state, in which I chose an HBCU in the southeastern region of the state of Alabama. So, with that, I feel that this topic is very timely as mental health and suicide are serious issues that I want to share just a beacon of light on as it relates to unique challenges that the students experience at HBCU centered around mental health and suicide. And I'll provide some statistics later on in my presentation just to emphasize the growing concern. So by the end of this presentation, participants will be able to identify unique mental health challenges and suicide risks experienced by students attending historically Black colleges and universities. Participants will be able to understand how cultural, historical, and institutional factors contribute to the mental health issues in HBCU students. And then lastly, participants will be able to implement practical strategies for delivering culturally competent mental health services. So for the purposes of this presentation, I wanted to provide you with a working definition of mental health. And I pulled this definition from the World Health Organization. And it says that mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with life stresses and realize their potential. So I wanted to emphasize here that mental health is a basic human right. It is a major component of health and well-being that pretty much reinforces our individual and collective abilities to be able to make decisions, to be able to build relationships, and pretty much shape the world in which we live in. So I guess mental health is more than just an absence of a mental disorder. It includes our emotional, our psychological, and our social well-being, which all affects how we think, how we feel, and how we act. So I just wanted to emphasize that mental health is very important at every stage, and that's from childhood up into adulthood. So, mental health problems among college students are very prevalent on college campuses, and they continue to rise at alarming rates here in the United States. Many college campuses, in particular HBCUs, are so overwhelmed with mental health issues, and they have become such an issue that the counseling centers are struggling to pretty much keep up with the growing demand of mental health issues that they're seeing in their college students. So, coupled with pre-existing mental health issues, the COVID-19 pandemic brought on a whole set of new challenges and a lot of unwanted stress for college students as well as administrators, as it did for many other people. But college is generally a time for big transitions. It's a time of newfound independence, new beginnings. But for some students, it's a time of intense stress and major life changes. Students are trying to juggle an array of challenges. They have coursework, they're trying to maintain relationships, they're trying to adjust to college or their college life. But then some students are dealing with financial issues, they're dealing with social injustices, as well as, mass violence or shootings. And then we still have some students that are still struggling from losses that were directly related to COVID-19. And I can understand that very well because I have a son that has just started college in August. So he's having a bit of a little time and not too much adjusting, just making sure that he's keeping up with his assignments, plus just trying to manage, anything that he's doing outside of school. But trying to manage all of those responsibilities has caused some students a great deal of stress, which is leading to the onset of mental health issues. So, because many students come to college with pre-existing mental health conditions, any type of additional problems just add an extra layer of stress while those students are in college. So, I just want to add here that mental health disorders that manifest in adolescence or early childhood and that continue on through early adulthood and those that go unnoticed or undiagnosed, they tend to increase the risk of individuals having major problems later on in life. These problems can range anywhere from more chronic illnesses that end up leading to long-term illnesses that sometimes cost broader society a great deal of money. Um, these issues can include career changes, financial difficulties. Sometimes it may affect social and relationship um, um, social and relationship, uh, I guess, communication, if that makes sense, health issues, academic limitations, and then sometimes it results in legal and criminal justice issues. So these are just some of the things that students have to deal with that definitely impact their mental health. And I just wanted to emphasize this slide so that it can set the precedence for the slides that are to come. So I want to talk a minute or so about some of the mental health disorders that are seen in college students. Many students are experiencing symptoms of a serious mental health condition due to pressures and transitions that are associated with college. And this here is just a list of common mental health issues that are experienced by college students. And I just want to point out, I put two of the issues in red, and I just wanted to point out that those are the most common mental health disorders that are experienced by college students, according to the CDC. And those are depression and anxiety. So when we are thinking about those two, addressing anxiety and depression in college students requires a very complex approach that involves, making sure that students are aware, making sure that we provide support and resources to help those students helping those students manage those challenges so that they can thrive academically as well as personally. So here I want to help you put mental health and suicide of college students in perspective based on numbers. And I have provided some statistics here for you, but I want you to focus on mainly the statistics, the second statistic that says more than 32,000 college students face challenges associated with depression and mental health. Now, these numbers point to a significant mental health crisis among young adults, and it emphasizes the need for, I guess, more comprehensive support systems to help with mitigating these challenges, which will in turn help reduce the risk of suicide. About 77% of students experience some kind of psychological distress, either moderate or severe, and then over 60% of college students meet the criteria for at least one mental health problem. So these are just some additional statistics that I provided, and I did put this one in red. And I think since about 2007 or 2008, the Healthy Mind Study has been conducting an annual survey. And that survey has, I think back in 2021, it had about 520,000 undergrad and graduate students to participate in the survey. And from about 2007 to 2021, 4.6% of students reported that they had planned a suicide, and 1.2 had attempted suicide. So these numbers increased. I think it was in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, where it went from 4.6 to 6% of students reporting that they had planned a suicide. And then the number of students who had attempted moved from 1.2% to about 2%. So while that number may seem relatively small, it is still representative of a significant number of students who, when we consider the total student population, who have actually thought about or attempted suicide. So, when we think about suicide attempts, uh, they are often linked to severe mental health struggles such as depression, anxiety, and any other psychological conditions that often come up in our college students. So I just wanted to highlight the need for more effective mental health support here and intervention services on college campuses. In saying that, I also feel that it is very crucial for colleges to be proactive in addressing mental health issues and providing that support that students need to help prevent those tragic outcomes. So I want to provide here for you. So I mentioned earlier that I completed my dissertation around the areas of mental health and suicide in college students. And this is just the slide of demographics to show, I guess, put my study more into context. And my study, I did semi-structured interviews with 14 different students. 10 of them were female, and I had 4 males. All of the students that participated in the study were African American students. These are the age ranges of the 14 participants. I did open the study out to undergrad and graduate students. Initially, I was only going to do undergrad, but then in meeting with my dissertation committee, they felt that I needed to do both grad and undergrad. So I had 2 undergraduate students to participate and 12 graduate students to participate. And then listed is the marital status of those participants. And I wanted to show you this so that I can definitely provide some context to my future slides. So I wanted to share with you some of the results of my research as it relates to those unique mental health challenges and suicide risks that are experienced by students who attend historically Black colleges and universities. So they face a unique set of mental health challenges and suicide risk, and that's generally due to a combination of factors that are specific to their experiences and their environments. In many Black communities, mental health issues are often stigmatized, and students tend to hesitate to seek professional help, generally because of fear of appearing, and I know a lot of students use the word weak when I was conducting my study, or they felt like they were being judged. So that stigma, in turn, eventually leads to students underreporting mental health issues, which also goes back to mental health issues being untreated, which ends up sometimes contributing to the increased risk for suicide. So HBCU students deal with a lot of pressure of just trying to navigate their cultural identity, when facing societal racism and discrimination. This can definitely contribute to stress and feelings of isolation. And, believe it or not, while many HBCUs were designed to be, a safe haven and to empower Black students, many students report dealing with racism and microaggressions, such as, subtle comments about their hair texture, maybe their skin tone, or any aspects of their appearance. Sometimes I hear people say, well, hey, I don't see color, but colorism is still a thing where lighter skinned students reported being favored over darker skinned individuals or students, which as a result of that, that can lead to isolation, chronic stress. It can lead to anxiety as well as depression. Some students reported high expectations being placed on them to represent their communities, or some students refer to it as their hood. And I put that in quotes because I got a lot of um, words centered around their neighborhood or their hood. In saying that, many students felt like they had to uphold the legacy as well as it relates to their institution, which also created additional stress and additional pressure on those students. That pressure to perform academically, particularly for those students that were carrying the hopes of their families or their communities, often intensified that anxiety or making students feel like they were, I guess, feelings of hopelessness. Many HBCU students reported that they felt a sense of responsibility to have to overcome systemic barriers, which was, most definitely was based on the students reporting that it was emotionally taxing. And I had several students, I think about 60% of my students reported just feeling that extra stress, just trying to uphold those academic demands. Many students even talked about the financial burdens that they had to endure. As you may or may not know, many students who attend HBCUs come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. So many of those students reported financial stressors, such as, struggling to pay for tuition, struggling to pay for living expenses, or just having debt that they incurred while being in college. And those things only exacerbated those mental health issues that could have already been there prior to students coming to college. Then you have the whole thing of first generational students. I am a first gen student. However, I don't recall having any type of mental health issues or financial issues whenever I was in college several years ago. But many of the first generational students reported they faced additional pressures to succeed, or I guess in a sense, be able to provide for their families. When we talk about access to mental health resources, HBCUs face, I guess, a lot of limitations in mental health services due to smaller budgets or just having fewer resources. This definitely means that they have less, when it comes to counseling, they have small amounts of health or mental health support, as well as crisis intervention services. When we talk about stigma, stigma is a really big thing when it comes to mental health, when it comes to suicide. But I guess that I don't know if you want to call it cultural stigma around mental health can be more pronounced in certain communities, especially in African American communities, making it harder for students to definitely seek help. So HBCUs often have limited resources for the most part when it comes to just mental health services in general. Students may have difficulty with accessing therapy or accessing counseling, or just mental health services in general. And I just give an example of what I mean by that. Several years ago, I remember there was a forum that occurred on campus. I think it was a suicide forum here at Jackson State. And while the intentions of the suicide forum was just to make students aware, to provide services, to let them know that the counseling center was there, I don't think that the counseling center anticipated the influx of students who actually came over to the Latasha Norman Center. And at that time, because they were only maybe a staff of 3 or 4, they could not accommodate all of the students that came over. And I remember that very vaguely, which also led me to want to explore this issue and just to see what other services I could help bring through, grants to the university. But when services are available, students sometimes may not find culturally competent providers who understand those specific challenges that are faced by Black students. I remember when I was doing my research, I had several students to say that they didn't feel that the counseling center understood where they were coming from. And mind you, I did my research at a university or a HBCU in Alabama. But although HBCUs provide a supportive cultural environment, students feel sometimes that they are isolated in their struggles. In particular, if they are, again, first time students, or they're the first time, or I'm sorry, the first student in their family to attend college, they have a great deal of stress and extra pressure that is put on them. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize that. And that's not to discredit any other pressures or stressors that students who don't attend HBCUs may or may not have. But I just wanted to emphasize the unique difference in students who attend HBCUs. Many students who attend HBCUs may lack education on recognizing mental health issues such as depression, such as anxiety or suicidal thoughts, making it sometimes hard for them to seek help. Mental health is sometimes taboo. I remember way back when I did not know that my neighbor down the street had mental health issues as a child. She really didn't come outside, and her house was known as the Candy Lady's house. And so we would go and get candy, and we would see her in the house, but never knew why she did not come outside. And I think back then as a child, and I didn't know much about mental health, but I didn't know until I became an adult that she had mental health issues. But I don't know if in the Black community, more people are, not so open about it, letting people know that family members are experiencing mental health issues, but it's almost kind of one of those things, what goes on in this house kind of stays in this house. Um, when we look at suicide risk and that increased vulnerability, the combination of socioeconomic stressors coupled with academic pressure, social isolation, and the big thing of stigma can all contribute to an increased risk for suicidal thoughts as well as suicidal behaviors. And, the whole ideal of limited access to appropriate mental health services and services that are culturally competent can only exacerbate, those, or I guess these risks, and risk meaning mental health and suicide. Because I remember several students talked about, hey, I went over there. I only went to the counseling center one time and I just refused to go back. I'll just deal with my mental health issues myself. And we all know that that is not healthy. And students just kind of move through life without their mental health issues being attended to. So I just want to say that it's important that we create a environment, or an environment that is supportive, that acknowledges and addresses these unique challenges so that we can help diminish the risk and provide the well-being for the students who are attending HBCUs. So there is no single cause for mental illness. Mental health problems can be wide range. They can have a wide range of causes. And it's likely that for many people, there is a complicated, I guess, combination of factors. So although different people may be more deeply affected by certain things than others, many risk factors or many factors can contribute to risk for mental illness. And I provided you with a list of some of the causes that um, students have that kind of push, and I don't want to say push, but causes for mental illness in college students. And this list is not particular to HBCU students, but college students as a whole. So timing may definitely be of an issue. Students are dealing with, physical and developmental changes that come from puberty, and this onset of students, just kind of the first sign of mental health and transitioning, because many students uh, do not experience their first mental health crisis until they get early adulthood. So usually that's around the time that they're in college. Students dealing with academic pressures, transitioning from home to college, thinking about the ability to pursue their career. We do have a lot of students who have anxiety issues, just worrying about, if I'm going to get a job, if I'm going to be able to pay my bills, just trying to maintain grades and that total work-life balance. We do have students that work part-time and full-time just to make ends meet. In addition to, trying to keep up grades, we have a lot of students who have families. So that extra stress can definitely cause or increase mental illness that may have already been there. Um, there are sometimes students have food insecurities. Students have anxiety about being able to pay off student loans. Just the fear of making the wrong decisions, or merely overthinking. If I don't get a good grade, then I won't graduate. And then if I don't graduate, I'll never get a job. And then if I never get a job, and now I'm homeless. So sometimes they overthink and catastrophize about things that may not be as daunting as they think they are. Some students feel loneliness, the fear of just being away from their parents, or disconnecting from their friends or family, or maybe their home church, or not being able to attend due to being on campus. We have a lot of students, and this is just students in general, who self-medicate. Students use alcohol, marijuana, other illicit drugs, and that pretty much sometimes helps them to relieve symptoms. But we do know that students, party, they engage in these type of activities, which may not always be associated with mental illness or them trying to self-medicate. We have students who have childhood experiences, or what we call AKA those invisible wounds, that are a result of abuse or trauma or neglect. Students have reported experiencing sexual assault, either on campus or outside of campus, or even prior to becoming college students. Students experience dating violence as well as physical abuse. When we talk about family pressures, parents may be paying for school. And for those parents who pay for school, there is sometimes an extra set of um, pressure for students to make good grades and make sure they're making their parents proud. And again, just those first generation students who generally may not know how to maneuver through school, and then just having those high family expectations. So I just want to state here that addressing these issues require a very coordinated approach to increase definitely access for mental health services, being able to help students with financial support, and then just those systemic inequities that students may experience. So, students attending historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs, face, I guess, a unique cultural, or they face unique cultural factors that can influence their mental health and suicide risk. Understanding these factors is definitely crucial when one is trying to create an supportive environment or those effective interventions. So when we talk about family pressures, students may, just feel that pressure for families. And some of these things that I'm discussing may overlap, but I just want to emphasize certain aspects. So if it sounds like it's overlapping, it probably is, but it's very intentional. Um, Students face pressure from their families to succeed academically as well as professionally, which can cause additional stress as well as impact students' mental well-being. Many students also have family responsibilities or obligations that can add stress. We have students that are caregivers for relatives, which sometimes affects them contributing financially to their household because they're caregiving and they may not be able to go to school and work part-time or full-time. So racial and societal identity issues. Many students experience racial microaggressions or discriminations even at HBCUs. These experiences can definitely contribute to feelings of stress as well as isolation in those students. Just being able to try to balance one's personal identity within those social expectations or having to deal with those pressures can be very challenging and definitely impact students' mental health. Social media is a biggie. It is a big thing, and I don't want to, and I try to look at things both on the positive and the negative side. But social media often presents I guess, more of a exaggerated view of mental health, which can definitely reinforce, negative or maybe positive stereotypes. Um, for HBCU students, this may be, I guess, it may mean that seeing mental health issues depicted in the way that they are displayed on social media may not align with students' lived experiences or their cultural context, which will sometimes potentially increase students' feelings of, I guess, isolation or alienation, as well as misunderstanding. If mental health issues are portrayed negatively, or if they're stigmatized on social media, students may internalize these views, which may lead to shame or that students' reluctance to actually seek help. And that generally sometimes will exacerbate those mental health problems and cause an increased risk for suicide. When we look at generational gaps, there may be a generational gap in attitudes towards mental health, when it comes to older generations holding more, I guess, traditional views that can create some kind of friction between the younger students who are more open about their mental health issues. And that can kind of lead to a lack of understanding as well as a lack of support. Sometimes misunderstandings about mental health within the context of, I guess, HBCU students, it can result in them feeling like they don't have adequate support, or they may feel that the interventions that have been provided to them are ineffective, or they fail to address those unique needs that the students have, which I discovered that from my research when I was completing my dissertation. Religion is a biggie as well. In some religious communities, mental health issues might be stigmatized or, I guess, somewhat misunderstood. This stigma can prevent students from, seeking help. It can exacerbate their mental health challenges. And then, when we think about just the whole ideal of HBCUs, they are deeply rooted in the African American community, which often has rich religious traditions. So that relationship between these traditions and, I guess, for lack of a better word, modern mental health needs can definitely be complex, as religious teachings may emphasize guilt or shame over, one having some personal struggles, which will in turn intensify that person's feelings of, insignificance, or contribute to, those mental health issues. I definitely think this can be problematic if students feel that they are failing to meet any religious expectations. I also would like to add here that religion can have both positive and negative um, effects on mental health and suicide rates in HBCU students. This pretty much depends on how religious beliefs and practices are integrated within the or within one's mental health support. That level of stigma that surrounds the mental health within that whole religious context, and then the availability of those comprehensive mental health resources. So, all in all, addressing these issues require a complex approach that respects religious values, as well as promoting mental health awareness and support. So I won't go over all of these, but trauma can be inherited just like culture can. And many Black students carry the weight of historical trauma that is related um, back to slavery or segregation. And this trauma can be passed down through generations, impacting those students' mental health even today. The history of Black, resistance and resilience might also create some unrealistic expectations to remain strong, which end up leading to a suppression of one's emotional vulnerabilities. So, despite mandated changes to research practices on a federal level, many African Americans as a whole continue to be less likely to participate in research studies due to mistrust and anxiety. As you can see, the first one, and I know, and I hope most of you all remember the Tuskegee syphilis study, which is forever etched in history. So I think it was back in 1932, somewhere in there, up until 1972, the U.S. government and the CDC conducted a study on nearly 400 African American men who had syphilis. And for those that may not be familiar, the purpose of this study was to observe the effects of the disease when untreated. Though by the end of the time, I guess that the study was completed, there were some medical advancements that had been made to treat syphilis, which was penicillin. The men were not informed of the nature of this study, and more than 100 men died as a result of this study. Some common barriers to participating in research also includes stigma, just the failed efforts to recruit people of color, any type of economic demands or lack of understanding of procedures of research studies. And then I think just the value of conducting research. I published a journal article with a colleague in Alabama, and it was related to providing more culturally competent care to males with kidney disease. And a part of my area that I had to cover on the article was the history. And I found that Black men's organs or Black men's organ functioning was calculated lower due to the dialysis machine being calibrated at a lower level, which made the organ performance different or made it look different in Black men versus white men. So, therefore, by the time that Black men sought help, they were diagnosed with chronic kidney disease. Back in, I think it was 1967, 68, or somewhere around there, X-ray technicians were routinely exposing Black people to higher doses of radiation than in white patients. Black women in prison were experiencing, well, Black women who were experiencing female problems were given hysterectomies without their knowledge in California. And the list goes on. So, just so you know and kind of understand mental illness from a historical and more of a generational aspect, I definitely would like to move to illnesses that well, I guess from the institutional side. So this was just a list, but there are several others that have occurred. We got castration of Black male slaves, and then medical exploitation of Black women. So in moving to the institutional factors, I conducted again my study on 14 students at HBCU in Alabama, and I used semi-structured interviews, which basically meant that I had a list of questions that I asked the students. And while HBCUs are supposed to be, supportive for Black students, there are certain structural and systemic challenges that affect students' mental health outcomes. Underfunding is a big thing, and I won't go over all of these. And I'm gonna check to see how many minutes I have here. Okay, went too far. All right. So underfunding is a big deal. A lot of HBCUs face chronic underfunding, which directly impacts, their quality, as well as their ability to be able to provide mental health services on campus. This definitely results in understaffed counseling centers, students having to wait long times for appointments, and then just the limited access to mental health professionals as a whole. And mind you, students receive mental health services on campus free. So when the wait time is long, then that forces students, if they really value their mental health, to have to go to outside agencies to obtain those mental health services if there's not already a collaboration with that university. Um, there's a lack of specialized care. So often mental health services at HBCUs are generally, I guess, in nature, well, they may not be able to provide services for mental health issues that are more complex, like trauma or depression, or things such as anxiety. We all know that for some mental health disorders, there is medication needed, and students who require more long-term therapy or psychiatric services may not have access to these resources. I remember when I was conducting my research, there were several students who reported that they encountered counselors who were not fully equipped to understand their unique challenges. And those challenges were particularly centered around issues of race or identity or social economic stressors. Due to financial constraints, HBCUs often have fewer counselors available to serve their student populations in comparison to predominantly white institutions. And this imbalance can leave students without timely access to mental health care, which in turn increases their likelihood that they will have some issues before, or some additional issues before the ones they initially went to seek help with are addressed. Then we have burnout. So, burnout among overburdened mental health professionals can also negatively impact the quality of care that students receive. So, as I gave the example earlier, when we had the suicide forum, and then they had this influx of students who went over to the counseling center, they just could not accommodate all of the students. Which, future references, universities have to be mindful of those type of situations. So diverse student populations at historically Black colleges and universities, again, face a unique set of challenges that are influenced by a variety of factors that are related to, their related to their um, academic environment, their social economic backgrounds, as well as their personal environments. So, understanding these challenges is essential for developing effective services as well as policies. Many students, I had, I think, one student that was an international student that identified as African American, reported that um, it was kind of difficult to, I guess, assimilate to a different culture, typically the dominant one, which was in Alabama. You have students who, still experience discrimination, just trying to, deal with those microaggressions. Again, I mentioned earlier about skin tone or class or even gender, for that matter. Um, Students who identify with the LGBTQ plus community may experience homophobia or any type of other issues related, such as, rejection from their family, shame, or just the whole idea of wanting to come out and just not being able to. And then you have, first generational students who report, just these additional challenges. I did not, it was one other that I meant to include, but I forgot. It just actually slipped my mind. But I just wanted to emphasize that addressing these challenges through targeted and inclusive strategies, I think that will enable institutions to create more inclusive policies, as well as gathering more feedback from students about their experiences and their needs, which is why I chose to do the semi-structured interviewing style so that I can get some, rich information. Um, so the impact of mental health challenges and suicide on HBCU campuses. This is very significant and, I guess, multidimensional, because it affects students' well-being, it affects their academic success, as well as their overall campus environment. And despite, the supportive and culturally competent, affirming atmosphere that HBCUs are supposed to provide, students just face these unique challenges that only intensifies their mental health issues, which sometimes leads to consequences for both the students as well as the institution. So mental health issues and suicidal ideations, they experience difficulty concentrating, lack of motivation. Students are suffering with loneliness, incomplete grades. Some students just can't handle the stress and they end up dropping out. We have students that report just feeling disconnected or just struggling to maintain those friendships and those connections with families and friends. So I want to state here that a suicide on campus definitely has a ripple effect in that students, faculty, as well as staff may end up experiencing that grief or that trauma or even the fear, which often disrupts the whole culture of the university or the college. So following a suicide, there's often I guess, more an increased amount of mental health concerns among students that may result in, depression or anxiety, or those students having suicidal ideations themselves. So, as you can see, the impact of mental health and suicide on HBCU campuses, um, it's very vast and it's gradually increasing. Um, so HBCUs need increasing funding to expand their counseling services. Definitely counseling centers need to hire more professional or mental health professionals. Just being able to provide that specialized care for students. Of course, I know with Jackson State, we do not provide medication management. So if a student requires medicine, they would probably have to go off campus or be referred. Institutions must invest in their mental health education and definitely their outreach. We have to be mindful that we have to help students recognize the signs of mental health crisis, as well as how to seek help. I remember when I was doing my research, many of the students said that they didn't even know that the counseling center existed. And that was quite shocking to me because many students said, hey, well, I received emails, but I don't read the emails. So even looking at how we inform students of the available services. Making sure that we have financial counseling, emergency grants, making sure that scholarships are accessible can definitely help students relieve some of that financial strain. HBCUs should ensure that students who identify with the LGBTQ plus community, as well as those international students, feel that they are included and that they're supported. I also think that regular training for faculty and staff on signs of suicidal behavior and how to intervene appropriately should also occur. Institutions can provide programs for students that encourage them to, maybe check in on one another. Just providing that peer-to-peer support can definitely create an environment or a community of care so that students don't feel isolated. This is just a slide of um, practical strategies for delivering culturally competent mental health services. It's very crucial to ensuring that diverse populations, to include HBCUs, receive that appropriate and effective care. Cultural competencies involve being able to understand, respect, and address those unique cultural, social, and historical factors that affect mental health and suicide. So I prepared this list, and I definitely think if mental health professionals undergo continuous training, it would definitely increase their understanding. Being able to recruit and retain diverse mental health professionals so you don't get the comments that, hey, this person does not understand. Being able to build community engagement, offering culturally responsive mental health resources, which comes through training. But then, of course, we know funding is always the issue. And then just being able to be qualified to provide those trauma-informed approaches. This is a list of red flags of unhealthy levels of stress. So much of, I guess, stress, or let me see how to say it. So much of stress is normal in college. But here's the thing, is it supposed to be stressful? I think to a point it is, but stress is built in, so it is normal and it's expected. A little bit of stress helps to prevent, getting bored, and it also, shows a sign that one is being challenged. So if stress isn't there, then it may feel a little odd. So how do you, I guess, tell the difference between healthy and unhealthy stress? And I think his name is Dr. Albers, if I'm not mistaken. But he developed this list of, I guess, changes in day-to-day functioning that are red flags for college students. Verbal hints, behavior changes, sleeping too much or not at all, missing classes or practices, not going and hanging out with your friends during social engagements, isolating from other people. And then we have these emotional symptoms, mood swings, feeling trapped, crying spells, or just feeling disconnected from reality or life. This is just a list of ways to manage stress, and I won't go over all these due to the sake of time. But the main thing I would like to point out is mindfulness, not focusing too much on the past, not focusing too much on the future, but being in the here and now. This is a list of school-specific, local, and national resources that I found to be very helpful. I'm so glad that the crisis line number for suicide is shortened. So, of course, that's the first one that I put on there, which is 988. And I am at the end of my presentation. These are my references. And I just want to thank you all for your time. And I am going to go over to the chat. So I'm going to stop sharing. And then I'm going to go over to the chat to see if I can see if there are any questions that I need to address. And I don't know if I have time to address any questions. I think I may have gone over a bit.
Candace, you're fine. If you have any questions available, you're fine to go ahead and respond.
Okay. I don't see any questions. Am I overlooking?
No, I don't see any questions,
Questions?
Candice. Mr.
Okay.
Willis states that your presentation was great.
Okay, thank you. So, if you have any questions or anything, I will just share my screen here. This is my information as far as contact. I'm always on my cell, so if you have any questions or need me to clarify anything, please reach out to me.
I see two questions. One is it possible to get your slides? Are you
Yes.
able to share your slides? Okay.
Sure
And
thing.
the other question was, it went so fast. Are there specific stats for suicide among African American college students?
So I did look that up when I was preparing the statistics for college or for students. Well, I looked at both. I looked for college students and I looked for HBCUs, and I didn't see many. I saw a lot of surveys that were done on students in HBCUs, but those were just particular for those. I did see one stat, I think it was back in 2007. So I didn't want to include that because it was so old, but that's not to say that there isn't any out there, but in reference to preparing my presentation, I didn't see many. So again, not to say that there are not any out there, particular to HBCUs. Yep, and I'm stop sharing my screen.
Also, will you expound on some medical exploitation of Black women?
Yes, so I mentioned the one about uh, women receiving hysterectomies while they were in college. I'm sorry, while they were in prison and not knowing. But there was another, I can't think of the name, but basically they used her stem cells or her, not stem cells, her cells to help like recreate other, I don't remember the word. I think her name was, I can't remember her name. But I do remember that there was another one that I researched, and it was about, and I hate to use the word castration, but castration of females. Some of it was culturally motivated, but then some was as a form of punishment.
I
So
think
those
that
are,
name you were looking for was Henrietta Lacks.
yep, that's it.
Um,
Henrietta Lacks. That is it.
okay, so one more question. Do you have any plans to survey students at PWIs in Jackson, Mississippi, such as Millsaps College or Belhaven University?
So I do not have plans. It's not to say that they would not be future plans. Um, in my research interest, I was more or less focused on people of color, but again, not to exclude. So it may come up later on uh, in a couple of years. Yes. Any other
Dr.
questions?
Dr. Ridley, I think that's it. Oh, wait, another one just popped up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Did you find any recent information in your research on the number of adolescents who died by suicide in Mississippi between 2020 and 2024?
I did not research that statistic because I was primarily focused on college students. So to answer that question, I did not. Not to say that they're not out there. I just didn't research that for the purposes of my presentation.
Candace, this is Jaquilla. I know recently that Ms. Jackson State was awarded a new grant based on a study that you provided. Can you just elaborate just a little bit on what that grant consists of and what things it will be targeting?
Which one? Do you remember?
I think the most recent one you applied for.
Mm, So I don't know if you're referring to, so we receive grant funding for voting. We also received grant funding to talk about, so we're going to honor the School of Social Work 30 years of having a school at Jackson State University. But in that grant, we're going to talk about some of the challenges that HBCUs have experienced in um, really just trying to maintain, accreditation, trying to maintain faculty, trying to maintain, staff. We're still experiencing a lot of issues now with underfunding, and it's just a lot of things that we're experiencing. So those
Okay.
were the most recent ones.
Okay. Thank you for sharing the information.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
This is just a reminder to make sure that you place the CE codes in the additional feedback text book section of the evaluation form. Again, make sure that you are placing the CE code in the additional feedback textbook section. We're going to move on to the next segment. We are going to take a few moments to watch a clip from Moving America's Soul on Suicide and hear Allie's story of survival. By leaning into her support system, she is able to regain a sense of community and purpose for her life. Hope you'll enjoy.
I think that when I start telling my story, it's super important to know that I was born without really a desire to live. Like a career day at school in elementary, you know, everybody else, they knew exactly what they wanted to be. You know, oh, I want to be a vet. Oh, I want to be the president of the United States, or I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a doctor. And I remember having a lot of envy for them, and I remember thinking, like, I wish I wanted to do something. Like, if you asked me what I wanted to be, I'd just say photographer, because that's what my mom did, and that seemed to be the answer that people were looking for. I got in trouble in school a lot for my grades. I didn't do homework. I never took school seriously because I had it in my head that I was never going to grow up, or I was never going to go to high school. I was never going to go to college, so why do my homework? Why do something that I don't want to do? It's not that I was suicidal growing up, it's just I had no will to live either. When I was younger, I started to act up and I started to get attention from places that I shouldn't have as a teenager. You know, I loved my family, and I knew that I was going behind their back. I knew that if they found out the things that I was doing, it would break their heart. And I felt so guilty about that, and I started having this self-loathing and hating myself because I didn't care about me, but I cared so much about them. And yet I couldn't stop myself from needing that attention that I wasn't getting in other aspects of my life. So I think that's that self-hatred and that idea of never having a future just goes, you know what, if this goes bad, oh well, I don't have to be here tomorrow to deal with the consequences. And I idolized suicide long before I ever attempted anything. At some point in high school, I knew I was going to take my own life. I didn't know when, I didn't know how. And then one day, I went to school, and I knew that it was going to be my last day of school. I went home and I went to my siblings, and I tried to give my siblings as much love as I could that night. And the next day I woke up and I did my makeup and I did my hair, and I tried to savor some of the things that I thought I would miss in life. Once everyone was asleep, I got up and I wrote letters I wrote a lot of letters to people that I honestly couldn't even tell you their names anymore. I wanted someone else to care about me because I couldn't care enough about myself. I got up, I found some prescription medicine in the cabinet, and I counted out 16 pills. And I took them like one after another, and then I went to bed. I went to sleep perfectly content that I was never going to wake up. I woke up a couple days later in the hospital. Pretty quickly after I woke up, it was only a couple hours, later, that they were wanting to transfer me to a behavioral health unit. I was so tired. I still felt so nauseous. I had a throbbing headache, and they kept trying to, ask you questions and intake information. And then once all of the intake was done, I had to say goodbye to my parents. And because I couldn't walk, they brought me a walker. And, I don't even think that it had clicked that, what was going on. It just kind of happened so fast. I woke up, I was transitioned here. I don't think it had set in. But walking down this hallway was the hardest thing I have ever done in my entire life. Anytime I ever go through anything hard, I think about that hallway, and I think about walking down it, and I remember that anger starting to set in, that, why am I still here? Why do I have to do this? I was so angry at myself in that moment because I was here because I was unsuccessful. And I think that was the first time that I realized that I was still going to have to live life. And that hallway was my first challenge of living. When I was 19, my family moved to Miami, Florida. I decided to go with them. I was living on my own. I decided that I was gonna go with them. I thought I needed like a fresh start. I thought that I could, go somewhere new where no one knew me and nobody knew the things that I'd done or what had happened to me. And I came to Miami looking for that fresh start, but I feel like I carried so many of my demons with me. I met my husband. We had a kid together, and I felt like I was doing all the things that you were supposed to do, and I still felt so strange. This is what they wanted. You were supposed to dream about getting married and having a kid, and I was progressing in careers and looking for job opportunities to better myself. I was doing everything that you were supposed to do, everything that they wanted you to do, and yet I was still so scared of myself. Because holding my son, he was everything to me. I couldn't imagine a world where he had to grow up without a mom. I couldn't imagine leaving my husband. And I knew that if I didn't do something about it, that I wasn't going to be here to watch my son grow up, and I wasn't going to be able to grow old with my husband. I saw that there was an ad on Facebook for the Miami Marathon. My dad ran marathons when I was younger, and I watched him do his races, and I just thought he was incredible. I thought that those races were so cool. I thought it was so cool that he got a medal. You know, there's no award for washing dishes or doing laundry, so I'm gonna go get a medal for doing something really hard. I remember at mile 23 crying to my husband saying, "This is not fun. This is the worst thing I have ever done. Why did I do this to myself?" There was a woman that was volunteering for the race that had the sponge of icy cold water, and she wrung it out on the back of my neck, and it was so cold and such a shock to my system that I stopped crying. I stood up, and I just remember running as fast as I could with my limping leg to the finish line. I have spent so many years hating myself. That was the first time I had ever been proud of myself, that I set a goal and stuck with it, and I crossed the finish line, and I got a medal, and my mom was there, and my husband was there. I think one of the big things for healing is being able to look forward to something. Goals, dreams, desires. I like a challenge. What's that challenge for you? You know, what gets you out of bed? What motivates you? What makes you grow as a human? I think that really does heal the soul. That's what got me into Spartan racing. The environment, you know, people were so supportive and people cheering and chanting all at once. That energy was so incredible. When you fail a challenge, you don't give up. You don't quit. You take your penalty. You do the punishment, and then you keep going. You don't have to give up. You don't have to quit. You deal with the consequences, and you move on. It is going to be hard. Life is going to be hard, but you know what? You're pretty darn tough. And you can do hard things, and you can go through hard things. I guess that's what I wish I would have heard. You know, not that life gets better, not that if you just play the part, it gets easier, because it doesn't. You get stronger.
All right, you all. Next, I'd like to introduce Patricia Thornton, who will be introducing our next presenter. Please remember to use the Q&A function after the presentation to participate in the Q&A session if you would like to engage further. Also, text the word shatter to 866-510-0973 for additional resources and access to the evaluation. And also just another reminder to make sure that you're placing the CE code in additional feedback section of the evaluation form. Again, place the CE code in the additional feedback section text box.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Thornton. I'm the co-occurring coordinator for community counseling services in Columbus, Mississippi. Um, Very happy to be here with y'all this morning to introduce our next speaker. Um, I'm going to introduce Dr. Nicole Forbes Poe. Dr. Poe is a native of Meridian, Mississippi. She is a U.S. Army veteran who dedicated over 17 years of service to include Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. After her return, she started and completed an associate degree nursing program at Meridian Community College. She later attended Jackson State University and East Mississippi Community College simultaneously, then completed a Bachelor of Science in the nursing program at the University of Southern Mississippi. She later attended Frontier of Nursing University's nurse midwifery program and Case Western Reserve University, graduating with a Master of Science in Nursing. Years later, she returned to Frontier Nursing University and completed a postmaster's women's health nurse practitioner program. In 2018, she obtained a Doctor of Nursing practice from the University of South Alabama. Lastly, she completed the Postmaster's Certificate Program at the University of Mississippi Medical Center for Psychiatric Mental Health Nurse Practitioner in 2019. She currently works at Ochsner Rush Women's Wellness Institute as a certified nurse midwife and a women's health nurse practitioner. Dr. Forbes Poe is a proud mother of two blessings from God and enjoys her family. She is an active member of Kingdom Harvest Ministry, operating in ministry and participates in numerous community service activities. She is an active member of the Meridian Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority as the chair of the Physical and Mental Health Programmatic Thrust Committee and sorority chaplain. She currently serves as a board member for the Crisis Pregnancy Center in Meridian, Mississippi. Lastly, she believes in helping, elevating, and celebrating others as we function in our purpose as a disciple of Christ. Please welcome Dr. Forbes Poe.
Hello, I want to thank everyone for allowing me to participate. And I am looking forward to being able to speak with everyone on today that I've been charged with the task of speaking about postpartum depression. And I am going to share my screen so we can get it all situated. And thank you so much, Ms. Patricia, for that introduction. I appreciate it. So I'm asking if you would just be patient with me, and I am going to share my screen. Well, see. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. So I want to talk about postpartum depression. And if you have questions, make sure you place it in the chat box and we will address those questions as we go along. And so a little bit about myself. Here in Meridian, of course, I work as a certified nurse midwife, women's health nurse practitioner. And of course, in Mississippi, we have a lot of rural areas. And so in the clinic setting, we see a lot of people here with postpartum depression. And we also see a lot of people here with undiagnosed mental illnesses, believe it or not, that have not yet been diagnosed. And so sometimes they have a tendency to exacerbate once they are pregnant. And one of the things that we try to incorporate in care is assessing people for postpartum depression, and then looking forward to hopefully get them within a system or provided with some services during the pregnancy that will carry on even after they have their baby. So, of course, what is depression? Depression is a mood disorder that causes a persistent feeling of sadness and loss of interest. It also causes severe symptoms that affect how you feel, think, and handle certain activities such as sleeping, eating, and working. And that comes from the National Institute, Women's Health National Institute. So we will keep moving. Types of depression. So we have major depression, persistent depressive disorder, seasonal affective disorder, depression with symptoms of psychosis, and postpartum depression. So when you look at the types of depression, you also take into consideration, okay, so which one is which? Major depression, it includes symptoms of depression, most of the time at least 2 weeks, that typically interfere with one's ability to work, sleep, study, and eat. Persistent depressive disorder, also called dysthymia, which often includes less severe symptoms of depression and lasts much longer than that, but typically for at least 2 years. And so when we look at perinatal depression, we look at depression that occurs when a woman experiences major depression during pregnancy or after delivery, postpartum depression. You have seasonal affective disorder, which comes and goes with the seasons and typically starting in the late fall and early winter and going throughout the spring. So a lot of times you see sometimes a combination of depression where it could be like in the fall time because of lack of sun exposure, you have that seasonal affective disorder. And you just want to make sure that that person is getting sun exposure. You also want to make sure too that that person is also getting any type of care or treatment, especially when they're pregnant. We get concerned. And one of the things that we started doing here is checking people's vitamin D levels while they're pregnant. Believe it or not, majority of the people we've checked, their vitamin D was low. And then of course, most people know that vitamin D can affect your mood. And so sometimes just simply just addressing the mood changes with the vitamin D, especially during this time of the year in the fall and when there's not a lot of sun exposure, and correcting that can also too kind of key us into if something else developed during the course of the pregnancy, so we can catch it during the pregnancy and hopefully address it before we actually get to that point post-natal. And then we also think about depression with symptoms of psychosis. This is a severe form of depression and where the person experiences psychosis or psychotic symptoms such as delusions, which are disturbing false fixed beliefs, hallucinations where they start hearing voices, where they're visual or audio. So, and we'll move forward. Baby blues. So now we're going to talk about baby blues. Of course, with baby blues, we also think about this usually occur about 3 to 5 days postpartum. Here we look at where people may feel sad, empty for a few days, or after giving birth. And generally, it says it do not last more than 5 to 7 days. Generally, I like to get people in so we can talk about, hey, what's going on with you? Because believe it or not, sometimes you get people back postpartum visits around about maybe 4 to 6 weeks. Well, we just want to make sure that we capture a whole time frame of issues that could actually be addressed, prevented, or found out before you actually see that patient back at that 4 to 6 week visit. So we want to make sure that as we're looking at everything, we want to make sure, hey, are you bonding with your baby okay? Is everything is going okay? And we address that as we're actually checking the patient and seeing how they're interacting with their baby. We're asking them, hey, how are you sleeping? How's your appetite? And tell me, do you have any help with your baby at home? Because this is important to address because you want to make sure that you catch baby blues and it doesn't turn into something that's even more serious. So please, if you're seeing these people, if they pop in your clinic, or just kind of ask them, hey, how are you doing? How are you sleeping? How's your appetite? Are you having any issues or problems? Because that's important to make sure that we address that. What is postpartum depression? It's depression that occurs 2 weeks after having your baby. Um, and of course, you may experience feelings of hopelessness or feelings of emptiness, and it's usually the symptoms last longer than 2 weeks. At that point, if you notice these symptoms lasting longer than 2 weeks, it's time to address it. Again, you want to try to get these moms back at least if you can 2 weeks after they have their baby, then get them back maybe at 4 or 6 weeks to see how they are adjusting to make sure it's not going into anything more serious. And so, believe it or not, when you're talking to people with postpartum depression, also, you're trying to look at them to make sure that they're having good eye contact. You want to also see, hey, how's your appetite? How are you eating? How is everything going? Are you sleeping okay? Do you have any help with your baby? Look at their appearance. Make sure that they're well groomed, or make sure that they're kept. Make sure that they're having some eye contact. Make sure that they're actually look like they've been cared for, and then check the baby. See if the baby is being taken care of. Sometimes you may get the mom in, there may be a smelly diaper, or the baby may look like the baby has not been kept, or you may notice that the baby is crying, or the baby may look small and mom has no intentions or doesn't show any interest of trying to feed this baby or bond with the baby at the clinic. So it's very important that you want to assess that as you're talking to her to see what's going on. And if she's saying she's feeling hopeless or empty, you want to, well, tell me what makes you think that, or tell me how do you feel about that. And another thing to take into consideration is to see if anyone is with her. Because sometimes you may have a mom that comes in with other children and no support system. And if that's the case, then you want to make sure that those babies are look like they're taken care of, and then see if mom looks tired. But always ask, is someone helping you with this baby at home? Because it's very important to address that. So now we're getting to a lovely question. Well, actually a statement. A fact is, believe it or not, 1 in 8 women experience postpartum depression. So that just goes to show a lot of times we think about different things when it comes to postpartum depression. Just think about 1 out of every 8 women experience postpartum depression. So some of the symptoms of postpartum depression: feeling restless or moody, feeling sad, hopeless, or overwhelmed, crying a lot, thoughts of hurting the baby, themselves, or others. I want to pause parenthetically here and kind of address this. When you're talking to your clients, you want to just say, hey, tell me how you're feeling, or, have you been having any episodes of crying? Are you sleeping? Do you have any thoughts of hurting yourself or maybe hurting your baby? Tell me about those thoughts. And believe it or not, sometimes people with postpartum depression, they'll just say, I just feel like I'm not doing enough. I can't do this. Or the baby, they have these thoughts sometimes of the baby actually not thinking that they are a good person or a good parent or they're doing a good job. And so some of the things, especially with new moms, please, 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 you want to make sure that you encourage them, because a lot of times patients or clients, they don't realize this is okay if your baby cries a little bit longer, or it's okay if the baby lays in maybe in the baby bed and doesn't necessarily be in front of you every time you're doing something, because they also need this reassurance. They're new moms. They want to make sure that they're doing everything right. But of course, we know as a brand new mother or a brand new parent, period, we're not going to always do everything right, and we're not going to always do everything perfect. So you want to be encouraging to them. You want to also make sure that, hey, you're doing the best that you can. And you want to just make sure that you're encouraging them. But you also want to make sure that you're asking. So you tell me what makes you think this, or, if you have any thoughts of hurting yourself or your baby or others, at that point, we need to stop. We need to make sure we're getting some help for this mom. We want to see what type of support system is there for this mom. And we also want to make sure that that mom and that baby is being taken care of. And you may even have to reach out to mental health services to get them to come to your office if necessary to address what's going on with this mother before she leaves the office, if there's a mobile unit in your area, or you may want to consider getting this mama to the emergency room. If there's a lack of interest in the baby, or they feel disconnected from the baby, or they feeling as if the baby is belonging to someone else. If you notice some of these symptoms and they are expressing this, it's time to just kind of assess a little bit more for postpartum depression. Lack of energy or motivation. Of course, this goes back to I have no energy, I'm always tired. Or if they tell you something of the sort of maybe, I don't even feel like eating. I don't even have enough energy to feed myself. I don't have enough energy or motivation to feed myself or my baby. It's time for us to seek out some help for this mom. Other symptoms. If there's a change in the mama's appetite, if she tells you, well, I'm not eating that much, or I don't have an appetite, or they say I have very little energy, you're looking at all these different symptoms. So if you notice some of these symptoms, we want to make sure that we address them. Okay, you're not having an appetite. Just is it the foods, and then sometimes it may simply be, and I've seen people are depressed, change of appetite, and they'll tell you they're not eating that much because they don't have the finances to go and get the food and things that they need after they have their baby. Because sometimes where they had a support system before they had the baby, something may happen, and now they don't have the support system or they don't have that extra income. So let's continue to do an assessment to address if you're having a change of appetite. Let's see why is that mom not having a good appetite or why her appetite changed. Trouble sleeping at night. Okay, you got 3 other children, or you're not getting the help that you thought you were going to have from that significant other. Let's see what's going on with that sleep. Or is it enough stress on this mom where they actually think I have to be perfect every time this baby cries, every time this baby moves, every time something happens. I have to be awake to make sure I take care and address this baby. We want to make sure that we address these issues and assess them. Having trouble focusing or making decisions. If you notice a mom, and for instance, if you may ask her, okay, so what do you want to do for birth control? Well, I don't know. I don't think I can do that. Well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me. It just seems like things are just so foggy, and I just can't get it together, or I can't make decisions. We need to keep doing a further assessment to see if there's some potential signs and symptoms of depression going on with this mother in this postnatal period. Memory problems, feeling worthless, guilty, or feeling like a bad mother. Again, we want to make sure that we're doing an assessment, and we want to make sure that we are addressing these concerns and issues. Loss of interest or pleasure in activities that they normally enjoy. If they usually tell you, and sometimes I see people at 1 week, especially if I know that they have a history of depression or a history of postpartum depression, or they have shown some type of some type of depressive symptoms during the course of the pregnancy, I like to get them back a little bit early, see how mom is doing at 1 week. Then sometimes I get them back at 2 weeks to see, okay, so how is your energy level? Let's check and see how's your appetite, how's your swelling, how are you bonding with the baby? You tell me what's going on with your baby. And so sometimes you may have to see these moms back a little bit more frequent than just at 4 and 6 weeks, because you're kind of making sure that we are progressing and not regressing. And if they're progressing, we want to progressing in a good way. And if they're not progressing, we want to make sure that they're not going into a path that's going to cause them to have some counseling, some therapy, medications, and see what else that needs to be done, because we want to make sure that this is a healthy environment for mom and baby. And believe it or not, for other people in the family as well. You want to assess this mom for isolation or withdrawing from other family or friends. Believe it or not, if they're isolated and they say, well, I don't feel like going outside, or I don't want to do this, or I don't want to do that, then we need to address those issues. And I also want to emphasize, please make sure that you are culturally competent and knowing that the cultural people that you're taking care of, because certain cultures won't allow their family members, once they have a baby, to go outside for so many weeks. And I highly encourage family members to, hey, let this child need to go outside for a little while. Let's get some sun exposure. Let's make sure that they are involved with, in other people, as long as those people are not sick or have any sickness, illnesses, or viruses, because we want them to make sure that they're still having that interaction, that bonding. Because if you stay in the house for X amount of weeks, because that's what the culture says, with no type of interaction with other people or no type of sun exposure, you are further potentiating that person to develop postpartum depression. And so you want to try to encourage them with social things with people who are not sick, such as maybe the family coming over or spending time with other people, or letting them go to outside or to the store. As long as mom is not sick and baby is not sick, let's try to encourage them to be around others, because we want to make sure that we don't further put them into a depressive state only due to their culture. So we want to make sure that we're culturally sensitive to what's going on with the cultures that we are actually charged to take care of. Risk factors. So of course, some of the risk factors for postpartum depression is a personal or family history of depression or bipolar disorder. And so here we want to also look at the limited family support system from family and friends, depression during pregnancy, problems with a previous pregnancy or childbirth, or relationship or money problems. If they're 20 years of age or younger, or there's a history of alcohol or drug use. We want to make sure that we take all of that into consideration. Other risk factors are a child with special needs and difficulty breastfeeding. These are some other things to take into consideration as well, because of the fact that when you have a child with special needs, that require a lot of attention. And with that, you also want to make sure that you are actually being supportive of that mother, being supportive of that family, being supportive with that environment. Because personally speaking, I have a nephew with special needs. And I know exactly what my sister, she went through when he was born, and he had to have tube feeding. And so with her, we highly encouraged her to go to counseling, because that's a lot that someone has to deal with. And thank God she had the family support that was there. I try to encourage people, just be sensitive, especially when you have a new mom with a child with special needs, or have to have surgery, or a new mother that hears during the course of the pregnancy, hey, my baby may have some issues, and we got to look at, now we got to do more care here. So we still be taking care of the mom, with the baby. Let's not forget about the mother. If there's issues with difficulty breastfeeding, if the baby doesn't latch on very well, or if the mom is not producing enough milk, we want to make sure that we are being patient. But you also too want to assess and encourage that family to make sure that they are being patient with this client as well, because sometimes you hear, oh, this baby is not getting any milk. It makes the mom feel like it's a letdown. I'm not actually doing my job, or I'm a failure. And no, we don't want that to happen. We want to make sure that, hey, let's assess, see how mom is feeding, see if the baby's getting enough food, to ensure that everything is going well with this mom and baby. You also see a risk factor if this was an unplanned or undesired pregnancy. So if you notice any of this, we need to make sure that we address it. So some of the effects of postpartum depression on the offspring. There may be delays in the language development and problem of the learning of the baby. It may hinder the mama and the baby from bonding, well, the mother bonding from the baby. So believe it or not, postpartum depression not only affects the mother, but it affects the baby. It affects other people that are around as well. So we want to make sure that, hey, is this going to affect the mother and the baby bonding? It can increase the chance of the offspring having behavioral issues. It can increase the risk of the child having increased crying and agitation. And believe it or not, studies have actually shown that the effects of postpartum depression on the offspring, notice that the child was shorter. Now, true enough, some of this could be genetic, but however, the literature indicate that they can have a shorter height. They can have an increased risk of obesity in preschoolers. And there sometimes could be the offspring having problems dealing with stress and adjusting to school and other social situations. So we want to make sure that we're sensitive and make sure we're educating these mothers and families, because this is very important and very pertinent information that they need to know. Other effects, it can cause, we just read this one, I'm sorry. So here, I have what we use is an Edinburgh postnatal depression scale. So with this depression scale, one of the things that it does is, and I hope you can, I know it's kind of small print, but I tried to incorporate it in this as much as I could, but it's a 10-question survey. And within this 10-question survey, it also has a lot of information that is here that helps the mom address issues that she may have, and she may not want to discuss it, but you give her this questionnaire. And with it, it asks about your mood, and it also asks about, hey, like number one, have you been able to laugh and see the funny side of things? You may say, she may check one, as much as I always could, or the next box, which is not quite so much now. And the next one may say, definitely not as much as now. And the other one may say, not at all. Each answer has a score. And so as she go through and she checks this, these answers, you're going to go and you're going to score them. So a score of 10, if they have a score of 10, like the first answer will be 3, the second will be 2, the second one, the next one will be 1, and so forth. But as they score this, you will actually give an overall score. And if it's a score of 10, it could be suggestive of minor depression, minor or major depression, and further evaluation is needed. But if the score is greater than that, then we'll probably need to look at, is there some of the severe depression? Is there issues with depression and breastfeeding that we're seeing here, or what's the situation? And believe it or not, some of this may cause us to start treating this mother with maybe some physical therapy, not physical therapy, behavioral therapy, referring her to services so she can start maybe some behavioral therapy, sometimes some SSRIs for depression, such as maybe paroxetine or sertraline or anything like that, or just trying to see exactly what we need to do in order to address the depression, the level of depression mom have, so we can make sure we're doing the best to make sure mom is taken care of. So I got a question for you, and just something to think about. In my research, is there a such thing as postpartum depression in men? Well, yes. Approximately 8 to 10% of fathers develop postpartum depression. And this was actually new to me, but I can understand with the information in the literature that I read. And this came from the National Institute of Health from an article in 2019. And some of the symptoms of postpartum depression in men. It's often described as a major depressive disorder. It occurs soon after the birth of the baby. And there is no established criteria in men when it comes to assessing for postpartum depression. And it says that it approximately is present for approximately 1 year after the baby is born. Some of the symptoms of postpartum depression in men has been known to be irritability, restricted emotions, and depressions. And so some of the risk factors is that either parent may have a history of depression or a personal history of depression. It could be poverty. And they said that even with the risk factors with men, there's sometimes hormonal changes. Believe it or not, the hormonal changes can occur over several months because they have decreased testosterone levels that also too been known to have decreased aggression towards the baby. One of the articles that I read was very interesting, was possibly they said that due to once the baby is born, if that testosterone level is decreased, and it also helps decrease the aggression that the father may have. In some cases, they were actually considering would introduce an estradiol, which is a form of estrogen. Could that be one of the factors? However, we're not going to get in that. That's a whole different ball game. But that was interesting in the reading. And sometimes there is an increased risk of postpartum depression in men when there's a possible association with other anxiety disorders. Like, for instance, the father could be impacted, the family, or the developing child. Again, that came from National Institute of Health 2019. Postpartum psychosis. So postpartum psychosis is a medical emergency and it's acute. And so with that, it requires inpatient treatment, medications, and observation. The literature indicates that, believe it or not, you have 1 to 3 people out of 1,000 women may develop postpartum psychosis. And with postpartum psychosis, sometimes it begins on the first day. Sometimes it begins second days to 2 weeks, and sometimes it just begins a little bit later than usual with postpartum depression. Some of the symptoms of postpartum depression: they may have visual and auditory hallucinations. They may also have some confusion, mild depression, mood swings, post-baby blues. Remember we talked about baby blues being like within the first 2 weeks, and then you have postpartum depression, but now you can have depression and you start having postpartum psychosis. They can have suicidal, homicidal ideations, paranoia, delusions, restlessness or agitation, or behaving recklessly. So when you think about a person with postpartum psychosis, they now have issues with their mood. Studies have indicated usually a person with postpartum psychosis have an increased issue with a mood disorder. And they have noticed that postpartum psychosis is rare, but it's more common in people who have bipolar 1 or bipolar 2 disorder, or other types of disorders such as schizoaffective disorder and schizophrenia. And these people, they have noticed that there was an increase in postpartum psychosis. And of course, when this happens, it's a medical emergency. And we want to make sure, one, is safety. We want to make sure that the patient is safe. We want to make sure that the baby is safe, because the mother could be homicidal or she could be suicidal. And so if that is the case, we need to make sure safety is the first issue that we address. Safety is the first concern because it's an issue we need to address, safety. The next thing you want to do is try to get them in the hospital, because with this, like we said, it requires hospitalization, inpatient treatment with postpartum psychosis. And sometimes they actually will have to put them on a mood stabilizer. One of the things that I had noticed is that one of the articles that I had read in the literature indicated possibly, if it's so severe, increasing the estrogen in the mother to help prevent some of the issues they may have with postpartum psychosis. Of course, some people know that once you have your baby, the estrogen levels are decreased at that point. And so they are suggesting that people with schizoaffective disorder, schizophrenia, or people who are at risk for developing postpartum psychosis, that they introduce estrogen into their system, give them estrogen to hopefully offset this. But again, more research and information would have to be studied with that. I just thought that was an interesting fact to share. And so some of the risk factors for postpartum psychosis: if it's that mom's first child, or if there's a personal history of postpartum psychosis in a previous pregnancy, or a personal family member with a history of psychosis or bipolar. Those are other risk factors. Again, here we talked about the history of a schizoaffective disorder of schizophrenia. If they have stopped their psychiatric medications in pregnancy, red flag, please monitor these moms for increased risk for postpartum psychosis, or if postpartum depression, or even worse. We want to make sure that they're not at risk to be suicidal. There could be some type of genetic or epigenetic alteration. If there's any type of conditions during childbirth, and sometimes women actually go through childbirth is a big impact on the body. And some women actually experience PTSD. It's a trauma for for some people. And some people, they don't experience any of that. But just make sure that these are risk factors. So you think about, what was their birth experience? How did they experience, what was their experience while they were in labor? Or are there any other predisposing factors? Because again, they could be at risk for developing postpartum psychosis. Sleep deprivation. A lot of us, we can function with very little sleep. But as a new mother, your body goes through so many changes. You've gone through your changes physically, and some women have gone through changes emotionally, mentally. And at this point, now we have this new baby, especially if it was a child that was in ICU, or the baby who had some type of issue that required a lengthy hospitalization. These moms are at risk for developing postpartum psychosis, because now the baby isn't sleeping. Was mom worrying she wasn't sleeping? What was that concern? So we want to make sure that we address it. If there is a history of congenital anomalies, if the baby had some type of malformation or anything when they were born, this could also impact. If I can share a personal story with this, my son, when he was born, his intestines weren't connected. And it kind of really, really made me feel, I went into depression. I got depressed about it because I had all these questions. Why? And so in hindsight, 2020, looking at things now, it wasn't so bad. But then as a new mama who didn't have a living mother, and who was, had the help of other family members, I thank God for them, it took a toll on me. It really did. It took a toll on me. And so I developed some depression. It was momentarily because of that situation. But just imagine if there's someone that's being told that, hey, your child's going to have a lifelong deformity that's going to cause hospitalizations or tube feedings or multiple surgeries or something of that nature. That's a whole lot to actually think about. And you just make sure that we're kind of assessing these moms, assessing the support system, and also too watching out to make sure that they're not at risk for postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, or make sure that there's no other issues that's actually on top of a comorbid factor that could be increasing their chances of this. If the mom experienced a fetal demise or a neonatal death. Of course, a fetal demise is a death during the course of the pregnancy, and a neonatal death is a death after the baby has been born. And so you think about these, and I think about, trauma, because you go through all the work of getting this lovely baby here, and here it is days later, the baby doesn't make it. These moms actually can go through a lot of mental changes. So let's make sure that we are assessing these moms and know that these risk factors are prevalent as a reason for potential postpartum psychosis. Another one that I found in literature was that advanced maternal age mothers. Of course, with everything these days, a lot of people are waiting until they are later in life to actually become a mom. So they're actually putting off pregnancy until they're older. And the information and literature indicates that these mothers are at risk for developing postpartum psychosis. So when we think about advanced maternal age, on paper, it says 35 or older. So of course, we know for some of us, 35 is not very old, but advanced maternal age is considered a woman 35 years of age or older. So we want to make sure that we monitor these moms for risk factors for postpartum psychosis. Also, a low birth weight baby. And so just as a rule, if you think about a low birth weight baby, maybe someone who has a baby that was born, this baby weighed less than 5 pounds. That's the easy way to put it. So they can be considered a low birth weight baby. So you can see all of these have an impact on risk factors for developing postpartum psychosis. So the onset, of course, is rare, and it can occur days to weeks after the baby is born. So we always want to take that into consideration. And I just want to emphasize, if there is a history of bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, schizoaffective disorder, schizophrenia, we want to make sure that these people, they already have a mood disorder. We want to make sure that we monitor and we are assessing and we are making sure that we are addressing any concerns that they have to make sure that they are not at risk for developing postpartum psychosis. And again, if it occurs days to weeks after the baby is born, and sometimes it may be 4 weeks before you actually see this patient back after she's had her baby, we need to try to get a visit in, or at least consider contacting home health or some type of service to get them out to assess this mom and baby within that time frame before you see that person back in the clinical setting. And again, it almost always occurs within 8 weeks after delivery. So time is of the essence. We want to make sure that we don't miss anything. So again, if you have to get them to come back more frequently than your normal patient, that's perfectly fine. We want to make sure that we are assessing this mom. We want to make sure everything is going okay. And we want to make sure everything is actually working well with this mom and baby. So now let's talk about perinatal suicide. Believe it or not, suicide is a leading cause of death in the perinatal period, pregnancy and 1 year postpartum. Yet, death by suicide is a leading cause of maternal mortality and accounts for about 20% of postpartum deaths. Perinatal suicide rates in the United States are estimated to be 1.6 to 4.5 per 100,000 per live birth. So you think about it, you have anywhere between 1 to 5 people out of 100,000 that are actually contemplating suicide after they have their newborn baby. I just want people to really, really take this into consideration. As a new mother, there is a lot that new mother has to account for. This new mother has to account for herself. She has to account for her baby. She may be responsible for other family members. It may be a mother, it may be a grandparent, it may be other nieces, nephews, adoptive children, or children that she has accepted to raise that she didn't birth out. And so all of that stress with limited support or limited assistance or other factors or a comorbid issue, whatever the situation may be, has a big impact on someone's mental health. And so when you think about, you have anywhere from 1 to 5 people for every 100,000 live births that actually commit suicide. So prevention is the key. We want to make sure we are assessing. We want to make sure that we are out there reaching out to people. We want to make sure that we are doing everything on our part to make sure that we're making sure they are okay. Because now we have another baby that has to grow up without a mom. And we don't want that. We want that baby and that mama and that family to remain intact. And suicide is serious. So you think about it, a lot of people, oh, she just had a baby. She should be fine. She'll be at home. So, and I've seen it here. I haven't seen a perinatal suicide, but I've also seen what people take into consider. They don't even take into consideration. They just assume that, hey, she's at home. She got the time. She can take care of her baby. I can do this and that. Check on people. Reach out to them. If someone crosses your mind, hey, I'm just reaching out. I just want to check. Are you okay? Do you need me to come over, just sit with you for a little while? Let's hold a conversation. Even if it's a family member, a loved one, or someone just 1 to 5 people for every 100,000, there's a suicide, especially for a new mother. Let's make sure we always keep that in the back of our mind if we don't keep anything else there. Is it okay to seek help? Yes. When? We want to tell them if you start to have symptoms that do not resolve in about 2 weeks, if the depression gets more intense, it's okay for you to go and get some help. And when we're talking about getting help, where do we want these people to go and get help? Okay, I'm glad someone asked. Let's contemplate what type of resources are available in your area. Of course, you may have places like Wings, they may have other community resources. In bigger areas, there may be the hospital that may have counseling services that are there, mental health services that are there. There may be a mobile unit. There may be some other areas that are private practice within your area. Know your resources so when you talk with these people, you'll know where to send them. So, of course, you want them to get help when the symptoms do not resolve in 2 weeks. If depression gets more intense, you want to make sure that they're seeking out help. Excuse me. If the symptoms of depression begins within 2 weeks postpartum and they last longer than 1 year, hopefully we never reach that 1 year period. But if someone is telling you and you have seen them off the street, yeah, I'm just having postpartum depression. Well, your child is like 1.5 years by now. No, that's not postpartum depression. At that point, we're probably getting into some major depressive disorders. You want to make sure that they get there and get the help that they need. If they have difficulty completing daily activities, inability to care for themselves or the baby, or thoughts of harm, self, baby, or others, of course, that's when it's time to get help. And one of the things that I tell people, if you're not sure, ask questions. I'd rather send someone for mental health counseling or therapy and let them get started. When patients say, well, I'm just feeling a little down, tell me why you're feeling down. And so whatever the situation, have you thought about some counseling or therapy? You can always put counseling and therapy out there. I'd rather someone go and start counseling therapy now when they are more able to hear you and they are more receptive than when it gets too late. And at that point, they don't want to hear anything. And we definitely don't want to get into perinatal suicide or even if it's perinatal postpartum psychosis. We want to make sure that everything is addressed ahead of time. Self-care options to help. Sleep and rest as much as you can while the baby is sleeping. So that's what we can encourage the mothers to do. It's okay to ask for assistance or help. Don't do everything by yourself. People are there for reasons. And especially if it's people that you trust, it's okay to seek help. Spend time with the family, friends. Get out of the house. Now, I'm not saying, okay, the fair is here and you out at the fair and everything, and it's 1 week after you have your baby. However, what I'm simply saying, encourage these people to kind of get out and just kind of get some sun exposure or maybe go to the grocery store, but stay away from people who are sick and things of that nature. because that baby's immune system is low. We don't want that baby exposed to anything, but we still want to make sure that their mental health is intact. If there are support groups in the area, allow them to express their feelings, experiences, or any concerns. And I stress support groups because support groups would allow a person to speak with whatever's going on with them that they won't speak to a provider about. So yes, we want to encourage support groups. Avoid major life changes right after delivery if you can avoid them, because they can increase stress. And we do not want to trigger anything to make something worse than what it already is. Some of the treatment options. Of course, there's therapy. A person can do cognitive behavioral therapy, interpersonal therapy. Medications could be SSRIs or treating underlying mental health or comorbidities such as bipolar, schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, or a major depressive disorder. Sometimes ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, inpatient treatment, education to client and family, support system, and support groups. So, yes, help is available. If you know someone that is contemplating suicide, let them call or text 988. It's very important that we get it out there. 988. Of course, remember, you got 911 when you call the police. Think 988 because your mental health is important, and we want to address that. 988. So let's talk about testing your knowledge. So here, what are some symptoms of postpartum depression? Is it crying a lot? Lack of interest in the baby or disconnected from the newborn? Lack of energy? Or all of the above? I don't know how to see what people's answers would be, but we're going to go with all of the above. So again, recap. Some of the symptoms of postpartum depression: crying a lot, lack of interest in the baby or being disconnected from the newborn. And lack of energy. All the above. Of course, we know those are some of the symptoms of postpartum depression. What are some resources offered to a client with postpartum depression? Would you offer that client counseling or therapy, mental health services in the community, or local support groups? All of the above. You want to make sure that you're giving them the opportunity to get the help that they need. And you want to see what local support groups, like for instance, if there's a mother that may have had what we call a rainbow baby, they had a miscarriage, now that they are pregnant again. Sometimes they consider those rainbow pregnancies, and they have like the rainbow support group for that. If you have someone who may have lost their baby, or if someone who actually may have had a child with special needs or a child with a birth defect, they have support groups for that. And if they're not the support groups, send them for counseling and therapy, because we want to make sure that their issues are being addressed, because again, we want to look at prevention and we want to look at safety. We do not want any suicides. We do not want any psychosis. We want to make sure that we have a healthy mama and baby. So those are the goals. Healthy mama, healthy baby, mentally healthy mama. Then we want to make sure that they are in a healthy environment. Okay. One more question. Does baby blues develop 6 months after delivery? Yes or no? Technically, baby blues develop a few days to about a week or two after delivery. Anything technically past 6 weeks or 6 months, we start looking at, okay, is it major depressive disorder? Or we want to make sure that if they start developing symptoms of delusions, hallucinations, anything of that point, we want to make sure that we are assessing them to make sure that they're not going into postpartum psychosis. And definitely safety, and we want to prevent suicide. So, conclusion. We have gone through a vast amount of information about postpartum depression, and we have also talked about postpartum psychosis, baby blues, as well as suicide, perinatal or postnatal suicide. And if you can't take anything else from this, don't take it for granted that just because someone just had a baby, it's not a bad experience. Some people that's trauma, some people that's PTSD. Some people already have issues on top of what they're going through. Some people have an undiagnosed mental health issue that has not yet been diagnosed or addressed. We want to make sure, as providers or whatever we're doing in the community, we want to make sure that we are addressing these concerns. We are assessing these concerns. We also want to make sure that it's safe. Make sure that you look at safety first. And we also want to make sure that we are preventing anything that can increase the risk of having an adverse outcome. So I will now take this off sharing my screen, and I will turn it back over.
Dr. Nicole, this is Jaquilla. Thank you so much for this great information. We do have some questions. If you can look in the bottom corner of your screen, you will see Q&A. You have several questions waiting for your response.
Okay. So what ways have you found effective for encouraging mothers experiencing postpartum to seek help? Many times they may feel overwhelmed with being a new mother or feel guilt or shame for their feelings around motherhood if these feelings don't meet expectations or what they or others tell them they are supposed to feel. Some of the things that I like to tell new moms, for instance, this is your pregnancy. And am I allowed to say the person's name that actually had the question?
Oh, yes, that's fine.
Okay. So is it Miss Nikki Bakey? I hope I said your name right. What I normally do to encourage them, I try to let them know this is your experience. This is your pregnancy. This is your postpartum experience. This is your experience. Don't allow anyone to make you feel anything that you don't. You have the right to express yourself. You have the right to tell people what's going on with you because we are here to help you. And a lot of times people take on that guilt. But you have to encourage them, let them know it is okay for you to not be that perfect mom. We all make mistakes. And sometimes sharing just your own personal experience sometimes help them to open up and start to talk and start to communicate. But you always want to make sure that they have a welcoming environment. And I try not to let anybody feel guilty. I try to bring up the positive in what they're going through or they're dealing with because I need them to understand that, hey, we want to make sure that you realize there is no handbook on trying to try to be a parent. There is no handbook on trying to make sure things are X, Y, Z and perfect. So you just have to give them the opportunity to let them know that it's okay to make mistakes and encourage them to express themselves. Ms. Rosemary McCraney, she stated, are there any studies on postpartum depression, suicide in African Americans? I didn't see a whole lot of information on that because I definitely looked. It says African Americans have more multiple births than other races. So those moms may be at home coping with stress or caring for multiple babies. Based on the literature and the information I read, I didn't see a whole lot when it came to African Americans at risk for the suicide. But one of the things that I did see that I found that was interesting was that when it was speaking about, believe it or not, postpartum psychosis, it said that that was more common in advanced maternal age mothers, as well as, believe it or not, I think it was Caucasian because it said that there was some protection with mothers who were diabetics. Believe it or not, most of the pregnant diabetic moms who develop gestational diabetes in pregnancy happens to be in my area or African Americans. So I was still looking for a lot of information when it came to African Americans and postpartum depression and suicide, although I didn't see a whole lot. So that would be something to continue to find a lot of research on. And Miss Nikki also indicated, are there specific medications that are considered safe during breastfeeding for depression? Commonly seen in the literature from what I saw, it was Zoloft and Paxil. So those were commonly given. And that's some of the information that I've read in the literature. And I want to say that article came from National Institute of Health. Yeah, it was National Institute of Health. And you can look on that and you can see and just put in breastfeeding, postpartum depression, and a lot of that information will pop up.
All right. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Lori Lawson, who will be introducing our next presenter. Please remember to use the Q&A function after the presentation to participate in the Q&A session if you'd like to engage further. And also text the word chatter to 866-510-0973 to participate in the evaluation. Also wanted to do a quick reminder to let you all know that there are in effect 2 different links for social work CEUs and MDH as well. And to also make sure that you're placing the CE code in the additional feedback text of the form. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Hi, everyone. I am Laurie Lawson, and I am the chair of the social work department, as well as the program director of the social work department at Mississippi College. And I'm also the executive director of the Clinton Community Christian Corporation, or 4Cs for short. Just a housekeeping item. This is just a quick reminder that today's symposium has been approved for 5 CEs for the social work profession and the Department of Mental Health credentials. Evaluations are required to receive your CEs. The link for evaluations will be made available in the chat box after each presentation. Please complete the evaluation and select the credential that you are requesting CEs. For those who dial in, text SHATTER, SHATTER, to the number provided. Keep in mind that we will be monitoring each session for attendance, and you must be in attendance to receive credit for the session. Certificates will be emailed to each participant in the coming weeks. I hope that you have been enjoying or learning a lot from this symposium. Today I have the pleasure of presenting to you or introducing to some of you Rachel H. Daniels. For 20 years, Rachel has practiced social work with passion and commitment, working to improve systems, serving thousands of individuals, families, college students, and professionals. Rachel earned her Bachelor of Social Work degree from USM and Master of Social Work degree from Jackson State University. Born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi, Rachel has served in roles including as a child protection investigator, forensic interviewer, interviewing over 1,700 suspected victims or witnesses of child maltreatment. And she has been deemed an expert witness in several courts in Mississippi. In October 2023, Rachel was interviewed for the Medium article titled Breaking the Black Stigma, Mental Health. As a leader, Rachel has served in roles including as program director, director of program services, a mental health commissioner for Hines Behavioral Health in 2008 to 2009. She assisted in the development of a statewide forensic interviewer peer review program and Mississippi's multidisciplinary team enhancement project. Education is a value of Rachel's, and she has been trained as part of the Child Advocacy Studies Training statewide team, taught as part of the Child First Mississippi Forensic Interviewing faculty, been an adjunct professor in the social work department at JSU for 10 years, teaching several social work courses. She has been a field instructor for social work students since 2009, and she has presented, trained, or facilitated workshops over 200 times in the state and beyond. Rachel was licensed in Mississippi as a certified social worker in 2017. And as a lifelong learner, she has completed a compassion fatigue certificate, trained the trainer program on building resiliency in professionals. And she has been certified as a 200-hour trauma-informed yoga teacher and a 100-hour meditation teacher. Rachel has created an educational and awareness workshop for beginners considering yoga called Yoga We Breathe. Collaboratively, Rachel has served on several committees and is a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. In 2023, Rachel was named a trauma champion at the Mississippi Trauma Informed Care Conference. As the business owner of Consulting, Counseling, and Meditation with Rachel, which opened in 2019, Rachel offers preventative, hopeful, empowering, motivational, inclusive, trauma, and culturally responsive mental health and wellness services, including telemental health counseling for college students and professionals, and consultations. She offers a safe place and a safe space for professionals just like you to support you to the freedom you seek. Please welcome Rachel Dent.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Dr. Lawson. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you to Dr. Lawson for that introduction, to Jaquila for the invitation, and the planning committee with all of the work that I know you have done. You all have done to put this wonderful conference together. All of you working in the background, as well as you, the participants, those who are here being a part of this important conversation. So I am going to share my screen so that we can jump right in together. Okay, let's see here. Give me just a second. Let's move some things around. This little box here is in my way. Give me just a second. Okay. Let's do our slideshow from the beginning. And there we are. So hello, yes, I am Rachel, and I have the honor of saying that I am a proud social worker, practicing for over 20 years in this field. Starting out in child protection, investigating allegations of child abuse and neglect, I encountered lots of children and their families who were dealing with suicide. As a forensic interviewer, interviewing children across this state, where they were disclosing some of the most detailed pieces of their life's experiences. They would tell me about the experiences or their thoughts about suicide. I've worked with lots of professionals who have tried to work through how to support families, how to support children, how to support themselves and their colleagues around this topic of suicide. And now in private practice, I serve college students and professionals who work through their own feelings of suicide. And so my hope is today I will take all of that experience in the conversation around ethics. September is Suicide Prevention Month, but it is also Self-Care Awareness Month. So I hope that we can think about this theme, changing the narrative of suicide, in context of preventing suicide and thinking about how we take care of ourselves in this work. Our objectives for our time together is to discuss ethics. We're going to be talking about social work ethics more specifically. Think about the considerations ethically with suicide. We're going to outline ethical decision-making and support and empower ethical practice. My hope is that you will leave here after this next hour feeling supported and empowered in your own individual decision-making as it relates to suicide. So in this community, over 400 of us all over the state and likely beyond, having this open discussion. In order for us to be able to protect, we need to connect. Connecting around raising awareness, destigmatizing suicide, creating non-judgmental spaces where we can truly talk through these issues. Being able to feel like you can ask questions, you can explore, you can really express your curiosity around this topic. And I want you to feel hopeful as we're exploring the resources that are available to ourselves. So I want you, and although I can't talk directly to you, I want us to feel like we are having a conversation right now. And I want you to think about when we consider the topic of ethics, when we consider the topic of suicide, and then those two issues together, how does that feel in your body? Take a second and contemplate that. Ethics, suicide, ethics, and suicide. I've been to lots of ethics talks, and many of those focus around our liability, concerns about being sued, what we could do wrong, and that can create stress, a stress response where we're trying to protect ourselves from threat. My hope here in this conversation is that we can open ourselves up to the opportunity to talk through suicide and ethics. So we want to prepare our bodies to do that. You've likely had lunch, I hope, by now. You've been able to adjust yourselves and check your schedules and maybe answer some calls, but I want you to really just take a second and focus. Focus on tuning in to you. I want you to sit in your seat comfortably, placing your feet flat on the floor, feeling that ground connecting. I want you to check in with your shoulders and really feel how relaxed or tense they may be. I invite you to check your jaw, how relaxed or tense that may be. And I also invite you to take a breath right now. So collectively, the 400 plus of us taking in a nice inhale and a big exhale. And adjusting ourselves just a bit more to open ourselves 10% more for this conversation. Very good. So I am an educator by heart. I love to teach. I love to think through issues. And so this conversation is not going to be prescriptive in the sense that I'm going to tell you this is what you need to do, 1, 2, 3, 4 bullet points, right? My hope is that we can talk about how do we increase our own decision-making capabilities? How do I increase my opportunity to make good decisions ethically when it comes down to suicide? So let's go back a bit. And I want you to ponder this question. How did you come to develop your own worldview? Your orientation, your beliefs, your attitudes, your own perspectives, views, values, and morals about suicide. How was that developed for you? Now, I want you to think about what is, and you likely have multiple, but just think about one. What is one of the best decisions that you have ever made in your life up until this point? Once you've determined that decision, how did you come to be able to make that decision? And take a second and think about what supported and empowered you in your ability to make that decision. So let's talk about suicide. What do you know about suicide? How did you come to learn about suicide? One definition says that suicide is death caused by injuring oneself with intent to die. Suicide requires intent, and intent implies the ability to make a choice. We've heard some today in our other sessions, the rate of suicide in our communities. And in 2021, the U.S. Surgeon General issued a call to action on a national strategy to prevent suicide. We know that in 2022, we had the highest rates of suicide recorded. When we think about those numbers, that is defining death by suicide. But for every completed suicide, there are hundreds of more suicidal attempts. There are even more of those walking beside us and among us with suicidal thoughts. So there's this quote here that says, "You do not have to be a family member to feel the impact of suicide in our communities, our neighborhoods, and beyond us. For every person who dies by suicide, it is estimated that 100 people grieve their loss. Therefore, every year there are 500 million new loss survivors who experience the death of a person they cared about to suicide." Now, suicide is about death, but what do you know about survival? And how did you come to know what you know about survival? Survival is the state or fact of continuing to live or exist, typically in spite of an accident, ordeal, or difficult circumstance. When we're thinking about survival of humans, we can also think about survival around us. Life is happening all around us in nature, with animals, with organisms around us. Here we have a statement around plants giving up living when there is physiological processes, when their physiological processes are no longer able to sustain them due to factors like extreme environmental conditions, lack of essential nutrients, age-related decline, or reaching the end of their natural life cycles. Trees can fail when they are too diseased or broken to function properly. This can happen during storms or when trees are wounded by pruning or other human activities. We know that some animals can stop eating or drinking when they experience depression, which can lead to death. Feeling depressed, the animal is encouraged to receive extra reassurance that they are loved and valued. They may even need to see a vet, a medical provider, to check up on the depression that could have an underlying medical condition. So why suicide? What is your belief, your view, your perspective around why suicide happens? Take a second and contemplate that for yourself. You know, suicide cannot be explained through simple cause and effect reasoning. There is context, there's complexities, there's social considerations, there's a diversity of drivers and motivational elements. We have a lot of bullet points here that'll describe why some people have described their issues related to suicide. The suicide state of burnout, where it feels like the emotional reserve to continue to pursue options or alternatives is exhausted. Someone feeling incapable of managing the facets of existence. Their future feeling bleak. They feel that death may be worth more than life. I've heard quotes like, I can't take this anymore. I can't do this anymore. I want the pain to stop. It's just too much. Some have said that it's an acquired capability to act against our natural instincts of self-preservation and survival, moving towards pain and the fear of ending. It is said that it can be a suicidal state, that it can be the pain itself, pain trying to survive. It can be an emotional, a neurological, or a nervous system state. It can be restricted cognitive functioning. It can be a threat, activating our threat response, a thought, a condition, a symptom, a way to cope. We've heard a scream or a cry for help. The body or the brain signaling that something is wrong and needs to change in our relationships or our situation, our survival self being imbalanced. There can be the description of ambivalence, that there's a part of us that wants to live, a part of us that wants to die, and that different proportions of those parts show up at different times. It has been said that it can be an extreme expression of liberty, a want to end life with dignity, that suicide can show up in the first weeks after taking antidepressants as a risk. It can be a permanent situation to a temporary feeling. So, from a historical perspective, from our theories, from our approaches, our views about suicide have come from many different facets, including from religion, from a moralistic philosophy. And this is really the scope of where a lot of our work centers around, that suicide is always wrong and unacceptable, that we have a moral obligation and a duty to protect life and to prevent suicide, that the protection of life constitutes an overriding value and take precedence in our decision making, that this allows us to have a legal right as professionals and an ethical responsibility to limit autonomy, to limit confidentiality and assessing risk to prevent harm. The history tells us that the destigmatization of the act of suicide started with the work of Durkheim in 1897, where he theorized that external pressures or societal stressors can contribute to suicidal behavior. Psychology has also had a big influence in changing the societal attitude about suicide, introducing the concept that mental or emotional distress could be due to natural and physical factors that is biological in origin. Suicide is generally more accepted for some when the person is suffering from a painful terminal illness or progressive chronic illness than for an otherwise healthy person. And the field of suicide science is relatively young. So just thinking about, how do you know what you know and why? So let's talk about ethics, shifting from suicide specifically and talk about ethics. How do you define ethics? Ethics is the study of core values and morals. It's moral standards of behavior that we can rely on when making decisions. Beliefs individuals or groups maintain of standards, principles, guidelines, responsibilities, or rules around what constitutes correct or proper, right or wrong, appropriate behavior or conduct. It is expectations of our actions or relationships, what we ought to do, our obligations, our duties, or our practice. Morality, morals is the judgment or the evaluation of an ethical system or decision between what is right or wrong or action based on norms. Many of our ethical and moral values center from religious or Greek philosophers. We also know that when we think about the social construct, how we are relating to one another, it coincides with our thoughts around moral duties to each other. So our values are the ideals, our beliefs an individual or group aspire to. Our attitudes are preferred conceptions about what is good or desirable that provide direction for our daily lives. We can have our own individual values, our cultural values, or the organizational values where we are employed. So what constitutes being ethically right can differ between and within cultures. We can have those individual, organizational, and professional ethics that could be the same, or there may be differences. Our ethical issues emerge, evolve, and adapt within the social, cultural context of our society. And we know that some ethical principles are enforceable while others are aspirational. So there are lots of ethics theories. I'm going to skip past this as we talk about how do we get to an ethical dilemma. Ethical dilemmas happen when we must choose between two mutually exclusive courses of action, either two positive actions or avoiding two harms. It can be a clash of our values. Ethical decision-making is the process of making a choice, influenced by the ethical principles within where someone adheres. So why are ethics important? It is easy for us to believe that a genuine desire to be of service to others cannot possibly cause harm. Yet even an innocent breach of ethical behavior can do unintended damage to a participant, causing them to feel harmed, re-victimized, or possibly impeding the service, care, recovery, or relational processes that we seek. Professional ethics began to be discussed in the 1960s in the medical field due to a need to talk about how research and healthcare decisions and regulations could be made, who could make them, and what the long-term implications would be. We heard some earlier from Candace about the Tuskegee syphilis study, where treatment was held, and that study ended in 1972, not so far ago. You had the Nuremberg trials in Germany in 1945. You had regulations regarding research in the 60s. There's medical apartheid. And so there began discussions around how do we make sure that we're truly caring for others, not subjecting individuals to science at its worst, where we're collecting data for the advancement without improving the communities we serve. Ethics is a demonstration of our norms, how we get our results, our outcomes, how we maintain our excellence while respecting individuals served through our service and care, our connection and relationships, while minimizing negative consequences, harm and trauma, errors, negative influence, or intentionally undermining safety. Ethics educate the public about our profession, helping us to maintain our trust through our transparency, making sure that we're ensuring the well-being of the vulnerable, us, the professional, the supervisory process, the community, and the profession as a whole against vulnerabilities in the system. Ethics hold the public's interest and benefit society. It holds us accountable, deters abuse, ensures rights and social justice. Thinking about things like equitable but fair distribution of access of services and resources, the prevention of corruption, conflicts of interest, the impact of money and power, our own personal interest having an influence on our decision making, our priorities, our representation, and our responsiveness. Ethical principles, codes, and decision-making models draw us away from temptations and desires. So we can be considered ethics consults when working with participants grappling with their own ethical dilemmas within their relationships, within their workplaces, and beyond. Participants' lives involve ethics, and this can include when their lives may harm other people. In our work, many of us work independently for long terms with complex issues. We go into people's homes, into our communities, into schools and shelters and hospitals. The professional relationships involves engagement, connection, and intervention during intimate, scary, discomforting, and painful times when individuals may feel vulnerable, insecure, and unsafe. Ethical practice is good practice. Ultimately, it pays forward towards a company's bottom line when our communities can trust the work that we do. So, an ethical culture fosters commitment and ensures quality assistance and service, ensures excellence and success towards our mission. It protects our goals and our resources, ensures the best interests. It's respectful. It's cohesive. It boosts performance and productivity, motivates and inspires, provides solutions to problems, keeps morale high, and is healthier and safer from everyone. The people that are seeking our services, the employees that are rendering the services, and the company as a whole. So there is a term called moral injury, and it is not a diagnosis, but rather an ethical and spiritual crisis. Think about it as an ethical distress, a wound of the soul that disrupts relationships. Moral injury happens when individuals feel responsible for, complicit in behaviors that violate their own fundamental values. If I'm being forced to do something or not able to do something that is against my own values. We have collective moral injury, the larger social and political factors that compel people to commit moral violations in the first place. So our code of ethics as social workers, as a revisit, the primary mission of the social work profession is to enhance human well-being and help meet the basic human needs of all people, with particular attention to the needs and empowerment of people who are vulnerable, oppressed, and living in poverty. A historic and defining feature of the social work profession is its dual focus on the individual's well-being in a social context and the well-being of society as a whole. Fundamental to the social work is our attention to the environmental forces that create, contribute to, and address problems of living. Our core values are social justice, service, dignity, and worth of people, the importance of human relationships, integrity, and competence. We have a core competency as social workers to demonstrate ethical and professional behavior. So some of the most frequently substantiated code of ethics violations for social workers includes our commitment to our clients, conflicts of interest, privacy and confidentiality, sexual relationships, unethical conduct of colleagues, client records, dishonesty, fraud and deception, and misrepresentation. So I don't know how we're going to do this, but what I think I'm going to try, since we can't communicate through the chat, is I have my first prize. I did bring door prizes to this virtual meeting. And what I'd like to hear from is the first person who can share honestly their experience of using the social work code of ethics while protecting confidentiality in the chat. Well, I think that someone has come off of mute. And so I will review that. And I have a yoga mat that I will be donating to the first person who can share their personal experience of using the social work code of ethics in this past month.
Rachel, this is Courtney with
Yes.
DMH.
Yes.
I see Teresa Williams, and she put meeting with families. That's the first one I saw.
Okay. Is there any others there?
Yes, I see Pamela Elliott. She said a parent of one of my clients wanted to know why someone went to the hospital.
Very good. Very good. Okay. If you can do me a favor and if you can get their contact information, their email address and their mailing address, I'm going to send them a little happy.
Okay.
Thank you all for participating. Okay. Now, one of our most updated standards within our social work code of ethics is around cultural competency. And culture can be defined as the customary beliefs, social forms, and material traits of a religious, racial, or social group. The 2021 NASW Code of Ethics reinstated the term cultural competence in 1.05. And what it says is, social workers should demonstrate understanding of culture and its function in human behavior and society, recognizing the strengths that exist in all cultures. Social workers should demonstrate knowledge that guides practice with clients of various cultures and be able to demonstrate skills in the provision of culturally informed services that empower marginalized individuals and groups. Social workers must take action against oppression, racism, discrimination, and inequalities and acknowledge personal privilege. So in this context, I want you to think about the role of culture and society. I know that in my work, many people are searching for, in fact, culturally competent providers to develop that alliance, have good communication, and ultimately the best outcomes possible for their care. Okay, now based on everything that we've talked so far about, what are ethical conflicts, issues, or dilemmas that can exist in our work involving suicide? Okay, so some ethical considerations. Suicide risk presents us with uncomfortable choices.
Rachel, we did get one answer.
Oh, I love it. Bring it, bring it. I love the engagement. Yes, please.
Duty to warn.
Duty to warn. Very good. Thank you. So suicide risk presents us with uncomfortable choices, struggles with determining and balancing when the risk of suicide is imminent enough. There's a legal and ethical obligation to protect participants from harm. We have to consider justice, which is fairness and providing equal access to care without prejudice. And normally, our ethical guidelines will require professionals to keep information discussed regarding health private and confidential. With suicide, decisions are made regarding maintaining and increasing trust in the relationships or ensuring the safety or the best interests of the participants. In our code 1.07, privacy and confidentiality, says that social workers should respect clients' rights to privacy. The general expectation that social workers will keep information confidential does not apply when disclosure is necessary to prevent serious, foreseeable, and imminent harm to the client or others. So imminent risk allows for the release of limited information to assess risk and prevent harm. And we need to ask the question, at what cost? What is the cost of doing that? This also involves us involving others in care. Also, there's a duty to protect or override the principles of autonomy and self-determination. Thinking about the participants' rights to free will and making decisions and choices about their own bodies and their own care versus when a person is in imminent risk of self-harm and what we should do to preserve their life and protect them from that harm. The legal right and ethical responsibility to limit autonomy. Can the individual give us consent? We need to think about when people are labeled as mentally ill, does that almost always disqualify for us the participant's perspective that causes them not to be taken seriously? The informed voluntary consent process helps us to allow participants to understand the nature and severity, the risk and benefits of treatment. Do we treat people without that individual consent? Do we limit a person's freedom and liberty through protective custody, involuntary hospitalization? How do we ponder the questions around the least restrictive manner, not imposing needless or unjust interventions? The idea of putting someone into treatment may jeopardize the cultivation of trust. Some have said that they will conceal their suicidal thoughts out of fear of being hospitalized. So this can interfere with honest and open dialogues, which are the foundations of the relationships that we need. Other ethical considerations here is we cannot induce suicidal thoughts to do research. There are risks of some medications and increasing the risk of suicide. We need to think about things like use of technology, termination, and the National Association of Social Workers has a policy statement on end-of-life decision-making and care. I also added these two in because I've seen this a lot lately, and I'm not sure why this increase has happened, but we have a standard around that social workers should not disclose information identifying a client social workers should not disclose identifying information when discussing clients for teaching or training purposes unless the client has consented to disclosure of their confidential information. If we're in a setting and I hear someone say my client and then goes into a statement, you may be disclosing confidential information. So we want to be thoughtful about that, particularly with vulnerable populations like those who are addressing issues related to suicide. And then we have a standard around protecting the confidentiality of those who have died and making sure that those standards are just as consistent with those who are living. So our practice related to working with those of suicide include evidence-based work. And one evidence-based practice that I think is very critical in this work is trauma-informed care. It uses existing ethical frameworks aimed to promote safe, transparent, empowering, and collaborative care environments to mitigate the pervasive impact of trauma on health, care engagement, and participant and professional wellness. Trauma-informed care addresses complex emotions and distress experienced by people dealing with a history of trauma and parallel experiences of fear, powerlessness, and a sense of feelings of worthlessness. The core principles, including ensuring that we're establishing physical and psychological safe environments, that we're trustworthy and transparent, involves peer support, collaboration, and mutuality, and empowerment, voice, and choice. Trauma-informed approaches seek to avoid and actively resist the re-traumatization by empowering individuals in all interactions, including their decision-making, creating safety and trust, choice and collaboration, and building strengths and skills in personal problem solving and mental health. Being trauma-informed at the individual or system levels involves making conscious efforts to understand and be responsive to the deeply personal impact and meaning a person ascribes to their experience of trauma. So when you're thinking about your own practice and the work that you're doing, how are you including trauma-informed care in your ethical work? Now, ethics, supervision, and suicide. I work with many students who out in the field are doing their first days as professional social workers. And I can't tell you the value and importance of having quality supervision when we're addressing critical issues like suicide. So maintaining professional ethics in the supervisory process can pose its own unique challenges. The same ethical violations that can occur in a helping relationship can also be paralleled in the supervisory relationships, from how we evaluate to dual relationships to the supervisory relationship being fraught with instances of being uncomfortable, inappropriate, or even legal issues. Supervisors must be cognizant not only of their employees' ethical decisions, but also their own ethical decisions, right? Who is supervising the supervisor to ensure the whole system is an ethical culture? Remembering our personnel are our greatest resource, those who are out doing the work hand in hand with those who may be facing suicide. And I hear a lot of those students saying, I need help. I don't know what to do. I need support. I need guidance, right? And so the supervisory role is critical when we're ensuring ethical practice. Now, the liability, the thing that causes that stress response or fear, when we ask the question, how can I be responsible for the actions of another person who takes their own life? Well, there are expectations in our society that we use our special knowledge to prevent suicide risk, that we're assessing that if that risk does positively say that suicide can occur, that we're addressing it and that we're treating the underlying conditions. If there are any actions that led to the harm, whether it's something that we failed to do or actions that keep us from making sure that the individual succumbs to their condition, it can increase our liability. There's a duty in the professional relationship, and there's also supervisory vicarious liability, where a supervisor can be held liable or responsible for their supervisee's behavior. Here, what we know is that avoidance and inflexible thinking can cause us to have negative outcomes. the more that I can allow myself to be open, to be able to have and make the best possible decisions, can increase my ability to minimize my liability. Okay, so empowering you and supporting you to make ethical decisions. How can we create a space where we can maintain a caring attitude that is not alarmist, panicky, nor dismissive, building our confidence to be more ethical, not perfect. No one is perfect, but to make better decisions and to use the best judgment. Practicing ethically requires courage. There's a concept called ethical attunement, where we have a habit of the mind emphasizing listening to ourselves, listening to others, listening to the world around us, using skills like questioning, thinking critically, reflecting, considering, being present, and being, just being. Ensuring that our work is aligned with our personal values. We know that the cultivation of empathy and self-compassion can increase our ability to see ethics spots. Embodied ethics is the idea that our ethical relationships to one another is an embodied interconnection. We're not just robots talking to one another. We're human to human. Mindful ethics uses mindfulness and acceptance skills to integrate personal and professional ethics, approaching ethics meaningfully. Relaxation. When we can think clearer and our body's reactions are not extreme, we can make better decisions. And resilience. That we're practicing and having a foundation around us to be resilient, to maintain the mission of what we're doing. The other update that we had to our code is self-care. And we know that social work organizations and agencies, educational institutions are encouraged through our ethical code to promote organizational policies, practices, and materials to support the self-care of every social worker. When agencies do this, social workers are not set up to fail, particularly when we know that neglecting self-care and how this work increases our risk for burnout, compassion fatigue, vicarious trauma, moral distress, and errors in our judgment. Advocates for the inclusion of self-care language in our code of ethics raise the matter of self-care as a key component of ethical and professional excellence and an essential competent and ethical practice. This aligns with empirical research demonstrating that proactive self-care reduces the likelihood of impairment and enhances job satisfaction and professional longevity. They compellingly argued that explicit inclusion of the value of self-care in the code of ethics would serve as a powerful preventative function and support a healthy culture among social workers. Self-care is a requirement for work-life balance. It allows us to be good stewards over the gifts that we were able to give away on this earth. We know about the possibility of us getting broken, serving broken people while being a part of broken communities. So it is a requirement that we ensure the care of ourselves, but we don't just stop there because we are not little isolated individuals. We need community care. How are we connecting as social workers, as professionals, and encouraging care of each other and selves? So my next little happy that I want to give away is the first person who can share in the chat their most effective self-care or community care strategy that has improved their decision-making and judgment.
Rachel, the first one I see is Jacqueline Kaufman. And she says, putting my phone away at night.
Oh, that sounds like getting good sleep.
Shamika Davis saying no and respecting my capacity.
Boundaries. Very good. Yes, please get their email address and mailing address so that I can get their happies to them. Very good.
We have another one. Heather Brown says beach break.
Beach break. I love the beach too, Heather. Very good. So we are seeking balance in ourselves in all ways in order to be the best that we can be as we show up to this critical work of preventing suicide. Some examples of activities that we can do to care for ourselves is working to eliminate chronic and toxic stress, ensuring that we have that quality restorative sleep, good nutrition and hydration, physical movement, boundaries and breaks, having quality social connection and human touch, expressive activities. I am a big fan of meditation, purpose, having purpose in life, having life and energy giving hobbies, having that time in nature. Yes, the beach. And I'm also another big advocate of counseling. I am a preventative counseling mental health provider. And so I want us to think about doing what we need to do for ourselves before the crisis can occur. So we're going to close here now as we think about our ethical decision making. Now that we have an understanding around how do I know what I know? What are my principles for my profession? What are the guidelines around or the strategies that are going to help me be in the right type of mindset, have a body that's ready to be able to face the critical decisions that have to be made, ensuring the best interests of those that I work with? What type of decision-making process do you use? Right? What standard structured process do you have for yourself? This is just an example of a way that you can try to think through the dilemmas or the conflicts that can exist in our work. One, identify the ethical principles that apply to the situation that you're facing. Two, collect any additional information necessary to examine the ethical dilemma in question. Do your research. Identify the relevant ethical values and or rules that apply to the ethical problem faced. Identify any potential conflicts of interest and the people who are likely to benefit from such conflict. Identify ethical rules and rank them in terms of importance. Determine the consequences of applying different ethical rules or ranking these rules differently. Seek guidance, support, and appropriate resolution of the conflict. You can use a decision tree and outline ethical rules and rank their importance in that decision tree. You can decide from that point the best course of action. There is never a perfect way. What's the best course of action? And then act. Notifying the participant of the actions, carefully documenting your process, and then evaluating the decision, thinking about how to avoid that conflict in the future, if possible. So we all believe here, I think, that suicide is preventable. How are we all working ethically to ensure that we're caring for the human that is before us, the person, the being that is seeking help, seeking service, and the trust that's involved in that? These are my references. This is my contact information if I can answer any additional questions. For those of you who did win prizes, you can also reach out to me by email at rachel@rhdlcsw so that I can get your prizes to you. That is a link to my digital business card. You want to scan that really quickly. And then we have a few minutes for questions.
Thank you, Rachel. For those of you that have questions, please enter them in the Q&A. And while we're waiting for those questions, I just want to do a quick reminder that all of the CE codes for the sessions prior to now has been entered into the chat. Go back and, if you need to, go back and complete an evaluation for each session and enter the correct CE code for that session. Rachel, will you go back to your contact information?
Absolutely. Let me share that. Questions, questions, questions. You all are ethically brilliant out there. I know. Ethics can be a hard topic to talk about because we associate it with getting in trouble. But if we can frame it in a positive way, that we can ensure that we are truly doing the helping work that we desire to do.
That's right. You did such a wonderful job. I think you answered all their questions.
All right, thank y'all so much. Just to repeat the information you just heard, and just to address some of the comments that have been coming through the Q&A chat, make sure that you are putting in the CE codes in the very bottom in the suggestions box. So if you have the social worker evaluation, you scroll to the very bottom, it should say, is there any additional feedback or suggest, that's where you'll put it, right? And then for the other evaluation link, if you scroll to the very bottom, you'll put the CE code in that box as well, just for clarity. We are just going to move on to the next section of this presentation. And we are moving to thank you so much. Yes, I would like to introduce Dr. Lori Lawson, who will be introducing our next presenter. Just kidding. Oh no. I'm so sorry, y'all. I realize I'm behind the script. We're going to be introducing Kaisa Owens. I apologize, you all. But yeah, she's going to be presenting on suicide survivors' lived experience. Just a quick reminder to please remember to use the Q&A function after this presentation. It'll allow you to participate in the Q&A session if you'd like to further engage with some of the speakers. Also, make sure that you text the word shatter to 866-510-0973. It'll provide additional resources and will allow you to participate in the evaluation process as well.
Hello. Hi, let me reintroduce myself. I am tired. I want to give up. I want to die. My family could be better off without me. I will not be in your way much longer. I no longer want to live. What is my purpose? What is my purpose? I feel like there is no way out. No one understands me. No one cares. I want to end my life. Why should I be here? Again, my name is Keisha Owens. I am so honored to be here today. In my words, if I offend you, I apologize. I am about to embark on my life journey. It is not for you to feel bad for me, but to know how suicide affects one person. I would also like for you to know if I look happy or even smile during my presentation. This is a part of my self healing journey, and in the end, I will put myself back together. I often smile a lot when I'm talking about my son and my nephew, even when remembering their dark times, because I think about the goodness of them and the smile through me. My life changed April 6, 2018. My son ended his life by hanging. And also, my life changed again on August 2022. My nephew ended his life with a firearm. My son, by the name of Jeremiah, I have two. Jeremiah started experiencing depression and anxiety at the age of 15. Jeremiah tried 6 times. He tried by pills, jumping from my vehicle while I was driving. He also tried hanging for a couple of times. And as I was sitting on one day on my lunch break, my mom called me. She kept saying the tree. I knew because he had tried before. His favorite tree in my mom's backyard, which I live now. We live next door to each other. Jeremiah had waited until everyone left home that day. And at this point is where I found my sole purpose. My son liked to stay isolated. He took the TV out of his room. He did not care to have lights on. He covered his windows. He would do things when we did things as a family. He would only come out then. But if I allowed him to stay to himself, he would. We went through this for 5 years total. I made sure he went to therapy. I got him help. We even put him on medication. We even went to doctor's appointments. It was a regular conversation for us starting at the age, up until his age 15, well, starting at age 15, I'm sorry. He attempted suicide so many times. It was became to be a struggle. But on the sixth time, he succeeded. We would go a few weeks, maybe a few months, but never a year without things getting bad. I noticed that he would say very often in the past years before his death, he would always say a special prayer. Then this would happen. We was getting ready for bed from time to time. He would pray that he is ready to go home. This is just a traveling place. I have seen and done all I need to see, and it's time for me to go. The first time I overheard his prayer, we had a conversation about it. Then I would listen. And you know how you listen at your children's door. I would just stand there and just listen at him talk. In my heart, I knew I was doing everything in my power, but I felt that it was not enough. As a parent, I prayed for healing, that my son, Jeremiah, whether in this life or the next, as I would say, if you allow him to come home, help me to not cry every day, but to help someone else who may be struggling. Jeremiah dealt with family issues, father issues, bullying from elementary to high school because of the way he dressed. He liked business attire. So he was teased for that. He also dealt with a learning disability. He was also bullied for being a virgin. We still laugh about that as well. We was unable to he was unable to read on his level, but could read some. But if you explain or read it to him, he was able to master it. Let me just say this, and as adult bullies as well. I even had a teacher to say to him that he would not graduate because of his learning disability. I looked at her and I looked at him and I laughed and said, I do know one thing. He will walk with a diploma, not a certificate. So Jeremiah did graduate from high school with a regular diploma, and he enrolled in Hines Community College in Pearl to study video and photography. He was a visually talented and loved taking pictures. He learned so much and taught so many people about life. The week before Jeremiah's freshman year ended, was sitting around the house and we started talking about what if something was happening to me. But then he started to plan his own funeral at this time. I did not realize why. He told me who he wanted to do his funeral. He wanted what he wanted to wear and who he wanted to play at his funeral and the suit he wanted to wear. The funny part was he had my mom take him a prior month to pick out his suit, what he wanted to wear. He said every man's need a business suit. He used to teach a class on business attire, how to tie a bow tie. He was only 20 years old when he had ended his life. This is a poem I wanted to share because it reached me dearly. The world is a blanket, but I can never get warm. I'm feeling alone with no place to go. But the world is around, but I can't connect. I cry, but no one understands. I laugh, but no one is laughing with me. I have no shelter. I am alone and broken. Only be tormented when I no longer exist. And as I said before, I also lost my nephew. He ended his life with gunfire. Um, he was married with 4 children and a wife, and he ended his life. He shot himself in front of his 4 children. Prior to that, he talked about it very often, but he never really just was too open with it. But he was open. We also talked about it on the regular. He always used to tell me that my son was brave to do it himself. He could never do it himself. And so I kind of like listened to him, but then I was thinking, okay, well, I'm still good. I got time. I got time. But actually, I did not have time. My nephew also ended his life in front of his children. Even though he used to tell me he never would do it himself, but yet he did himself. And also with my son, I go back, and most people are afraid to talk about suicide, but yet it was hard, but yet it was very warmful because I was able to understand what he was dealing with and the things that he was going through, so that it helped me to be able to listen to him and also to hear him. And also, a year before his passing, it was kind of weird, but a blessing. But a year before his death, I started volunteering at the Contact Crisis Line, and then I started at the National Suicide Prevention Life side on the opposite side, which I am currently still there, and I love dearly. During this time, it helped me to further understand my son. It helped me to be able to listen to him, to hear him, and to also just to kind of understand where he was coming from. Some people call just to vent. Some people call because they are in deep crisis, but yet all calls are very, very important. And some people have their own answers to their questions. Sometimes they just need to verbalize it out loud. And then sometimes when we bring it up, they actually laugh about it. But I go back to my son and wish that I would have known about 988 when my son was still here. But even though I learned about it in the past part of it, that it yet it still helped me. When I talked about attempting 6 times, it was had became a norm as well with us because he would also I used to have to hide my pills, well his medication, shall I say, hide the medication. I would have to hide all the knives, anything a weapon. We thought we hid all the ropes, but he tends to find one. We don't know where he got that one from. I can even remember one day we was driving in front of Walmart on 18. He got very upset. And in the midst of us talking, he decided to jump out my car face first, which we did, get him some help after that as well. And also, we did the therapy, which he had some great doctors, great therapy. And the funny part about that was I never did go to therapy. But I made sure that both of my children went to therapy. But after his passing, I ain't gonna say made to go, but encouraged to go to therapy. But now I love therapy. I look at therapy as a paid best friend. So, and people laugh at me when I say that because it's just like you taking one of your friend girls to lunch and they don't have any money and you get to take them to lunch with you. So, so I do encourage everyone to, if you don't do counseling or therapy, to please do so. And going back to my son, I never regret any moment that we went through, even though I wish that I had more time. But even in the process of him going through, it was very challenging. And that's kind of how I figured out what my purpose was in a sense. Because even with that, working for 988, I get to talk to different people of all ages, and you get to learn that it's not just the young, middle, or old. We all go through battles and go through changes. So even with, like, again, with my son, with the different type of things that he was battling with, just say with bullying, he went through bullying for, like I say, elementary all the way up to high school. In college it kind of got better, but it's still in their mind, so it doesn't go away. Most people feel like that it goes away, but it doesn't go away. So anything that triggers them with that, I always taught my children to be themselves, to never try to not entertain what other people are saying to you, but yet be yourself. Because no one can make you who you are but you. Um, and just like even with the pills and stuff like that, like I said, I thought I put them all away, but that part, he tried a couple of times. But this particular time, he didn't even call me. Normally, he would call me when he get into that mood that he's in. He would call me and say, "Mom," that I knew that what that meant, we needed to talk, or if we needed to text, or whatever the case may be. But that particular time, that he did not respond. I mean, he didn't call me or text me, so I'm thinking everything was okay. Um, but once I realized after, when I got home or whatever, that that wasn't the case. He pretty much had planned it. And he didn't want me to stop him this time because, like I said, his sixth time, he actually succeeded. Um, with that. So that was very challenging um, with that. And with my nephew, like again, he used to talk about it. He always, like I said, talk about how my son was brave and there's no way he can do it. And not realizing that he was telling me in a sense, but yet I'm thinking that um in my mind that he's not gonna hurt himself. And but yet I was still watching him because I wasn't sure if he wanted someone to end his life because he didn't want to be here, that he was tired of being here. So yet I was still watching him, but yet I missed that piece. Um, but I am grateful that we actually had the communication prior to, so it made me to be a better person, whereas I'm at peace. And that's what a lot of things that some people struggle with, are being at peace with it. I'm at peace because I actually got to talk to both of them prior to. I kind of understood the things that they was dealing with and why they were feeling the way they was feeling. I also even suggested counseling or therapy for my nephew, but as an older men, they kind of shadow away from it. Um, but with my son, he was really into it. So, but even before his passing, he actually just went to his therapy, well, his psychologist, right before. And she kind of was like, I didn't see it. I was like, well, sometimes they're good at hiding, the way they feel. So with that, I learned to find my peace within it. Again, like I said, it's very hard for some, but with me, I was able to find my peace. And I also wanted to say, I just want to leave this with you, or part of this with you. Your life is not a coincidence, nor is it by accident. You are on this earth for a reason. You have a purpose. Not only you can fulfill, please reach out to someone if you know that you are sad, lonely, depressed, or going through something, because that most people feel like everything is an accident or they was by accident. And when people tell you that whatever that they say, just know that you have purpose. Even though we may not know what our purpose is or what we're struggling with, but just know each and every one of us have a purpose, and we are here to fulfill that purpose. Also, and people struggle with finding their purpose, their push. And when I talk to people or whatever, I, try to find their goal. When I hear people say I'm going through, I just keep trying to motivate them and try to push them and encourage them. So throughout all my storms that I had in the midst of, I created the name called Branches of Faith, Jeremiah's Safe Haven. And what that means is that you're not alone. We're all in this fight together. Even if you don't know me and I don't know you, but yet we're here together. So in my circle of that, I created this logo, and in this circle it has a tree with handprints. Because again, my son ended his life on a tree, and the handprints are me sending out encouragement, telling you to keep fighting, to keep loving, to keep pushing, keep motivating, and stop the stigma. Because a lot of people feel like they are alone and they feel like they have no fight, no one understands. But I want to be the voice for my son and my nephew, for those that feel like they have no voice and that they're silent, and they don't have to be silent because there's someone out there that's going through or dealing with or can relate to how you are feeling. And so by telling your story can save many lives. It can actually reach someone and motivate someone to keep pushing, because if they realize that you're pushing, they may try to keep pushing. And so and I just reflect back with my son. Sometimes it just brings me joy when I talk about him, or to encourage someone to keep fighting, to keep pushing, and to keep going. Because even though he couldn't find the way to keep going or to keep pushing, but I know that by sharing his story with someone and motivating them and encouraging them, that they will continue to keep pushing. And each day is worth living. Do not give up fighting. Keep pushing. Keep living. The world needs you, and others will miss you if you leave. Just know that I love you. And I leave this, and we're going to practice to stop the stigma, stop bullying. Let us keep the faith, keep focusing, keep fighting, keep pushing, keep loving, and keep going. Why? Because I believe in you, and I believe we all have a purpose. And the stories does not end here. We got to keep believing and keep pushing, because there's someone out there that's going through much worse than what we can imagine. And but always remember to call 988. There's someone on the other end willing to listen and willing to talk. And we enjoy each call that comes through. So that's all I have for at the moment.
All right, y'all. Thank you so much for that. We are going to move to the second member. We're going to be hearing from Ms. Rhonda Blanks. Again, just a careful reminder to ensure that you put the CE codes on the evaluations at the very end of the form where it says suggestions and feedback. I'm going to go ahead and let Ms. Rhonda have the floor. She's going to also discuss her lived experiences. This will move into the second portion of the Suicide Survivors Lived Experiences section.
Hi, I'm Rhonda. I didn't really plan anything, so I'm a talker. I will talk. I lost my son. I have two children. Jason, he's 40 now. My youngest child was 27. He died January the 13th of 2015 of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. My son was a planner, and after his death, I realized there's two types of suicides. There's a planner and there's an impulsive. He wrote a letter. He planned this ahead. And the day that he died, he left a note for us. We found him, and my husband, he had planned it for my husband to go pick up something to eat. He didn't answer the phone. At that point, we realized that something was wrong. My husband found him in the back yard in a building behind our house. He was a son that had a double bachelor's degree in finance. He also had one in accounting. He was getting his master's of hospital administration at the time of his death. He had suffered a head injury. He was very charismatic before the head injury. very look at me when he walks in the room. But after that, he became a different person. He was depressed. We fought. We tried to find help for him. We could not find help. Help was something that, we do have this resources, but when you have an adult child that's 27, it's hard to get resources. You have to have them committed. Everywhere we took him, he could not stay. It was not long enough. He left a note stating that he was going to take his life. He had started writing it on January the 1st. January the 13th is when he died. That it was a difference in living happily ever after than living ever after. He did not have the desire to live anymore. He wrote in his note to remember his spirit, to continue to live his life like he would have wanted with his spirit still alive. Since his death, it took me 3 years to mention his death, and the same word was suicide. Suicide is it's very stigmatized. It's so hard to talk about it for a parent. His father still, it's been 10 years and he still doesn't talk about it. At the time, 3 years after, my friends finally said, hey, you've got to recognize what's going on in your life, and you've got to start healing. So at that point, I started going out and wanting to get help for families that had issues with suicide. I started a walk here in Meridian, Mississippi, that was called Lean on Me Jubilee, and started to destigmatize and get our community involved in it. Since then, this year, we actually have it coming up next week. We're expecting 2,000 people to come to Meridian to walk in this and to participate. We're centering it around a family oriented type thing, and that's what Justin would have wanted. He really wanted to do this type of thing. He always loved people. He loved interaction. So I started doing this. We're having rock walls. We're having children's events. We're having music, and we're basing it on the lean on me, the words to lean on me. You always are going to need someone to lean on. And if you do have that person to lean on in your time of crisis, in your time of your ideations and thoughts of suicide, it helps. And even as a survivor, as myself, I have my days where I have my private place where I cry and I think about my son. His pictures are all around me. And it took a long time for me to realize as a parent, hey, I have another son too, because your thoughts revolve around that and revolve around the day that they die. What could I have done different? What did I do wrong? What did I do? What did I do? But really, you don't do anything. You can't do anything for it. At the end of the day, 2 days before he died, I told my husband, I was crying and said, I can't, I know he's going to die and there's nothing we can do about it. God is the only one that can do anything. At that point, I prayed for peace, whatever that peace may be. The peace was not as we wanted because he did take his own life. And I knew that he was going to, because there was after the fact, everything he did at the end, he was very impulsive. He took off and he went to Thailand, had a head injury. We had to bring him back from Thailand. All these things after the fact, when you look at what the signs are, he had every single sign. He was on the edge. Even before he had his injury, when he was driving 120 miles an hour in a sports car, I think that at that point, he was thinking about ending his life at that point. He thought that he was not living up to what he needed. He was always striving to be better instead of just enjoying his life. And he expected more out of what than he could do. On the day that he died, I knew that this was going to happen. and there was nothing I could do about it. After this, we started this Lean on Me Jubilee, but since then I've started working with Oxygen, Rush, and Meridian. And I saw a suicide peer support group. Do we have anything at Oxford anywhere to help our employees and their families? And the answer was no. At that point, I wanted to start something. We have 40,000 employees. We started the Suicide Awareness Alliance, which is less than a year old, and it just has boomed. And we've got a lot of people that have come in. They come to us more than we want to mention for help with families, and that has become very successful. Our group has received the Oxygen Award for the Oxygen Resource Group. But all these things that you do as a parent, you stay busy, 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 busy. My goal in life, as long as my heart beats, is to keep my son's spirit alive. And if that's what it takes to, and for another parent, another family member, another coworker, another friend, not to become a suicide survivor, then I've completed my goal in life. Until my last breath, that's what I'm going to do in memory of my child. My oldest son has also suffered from, since this, with a suicide thoughts. He's been treated by his wife and his family, and he's doing much better. But it affects everyone. Suicide affects everyone. I do want to read one thing that he wrote, and I'm not a long talker, but this is just the type of person, and this is where I came on the Lean on Me and to try to help. He left in his suicide note that there is a difference in living happily ever after than ever after. To all my friends and loved ones, I ask of you one favor, one last favor. Don't let my spirit die. Remember me for the laughs and the good times, the thrills we had together. I hope I made a place in all of your hearts and touched each and every one of you in a special way. I have chosen to die, but I haven't chosen to be forgotten. I must find a new world, a world of peace and happiness. I want you all to know I am not afraid to die. I'm only afraid to quit living. I'll miss you forever and love you always. And he wrote that in probably a 3-page letter. And I read it and I still cry because he still had so much to give in this world. But there was another place for him. So I'll always fight for survivors and to make less survivors in this world. I'll just end this with one thing that we read in our Suicide Awareness Alliance, and I've framed it and I'm putting it up in our tabling event this week before our Lean on Me Jubilee. And it says to ask for a moment of silence. To those we have lost to suicide, to those who struggle with thoughts of suicide, to those who have made a suicide attempt, to those caring for someone who struggles with thoughts of suicide, to those left behind after a death by suicide, to those in recovery, and to all those who work tirelessly to prevent suicide and suicide attempts in our nation every day. We believe that we can and we will make a difference. And I will make a difference as long as I'm taking a breath, as long as God lets me be here and allows me to continue and to help other people in this world, in this community, and this state. And thank you so much for having me here. And I appreciate everything.
Thank you, Ms. Rhonda, for sharing your story, and also Ms. Kisa Owens. Is there any questions for Ms. Rhonda or Ms. Kisa? Um, Miss Kisa, how old was your nephew?
He was 35 and he left 4 children and a wife.
Thank you. We've had so many people to say thank you for sharing your story. Ms. Lisa Moore is sending many virtual hugs to both of you ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if anybody can come to this event on Saturday, the 28th, please come. We will have about 12 mental health tables. We're going to place them sporadically within the event. So if your child is in the bouncy house and there's some information that you may can get to take for someone that you want or someone in your community, it's going to be right there and you can just slip it in your bag. But we're expecting around 1,500 to 2,000 people. It's really grown. So,
Ms. Rhonda, will you tell us where the event will be and those type of details?
yeah, the event will be in downtown Meridian. If you've ever been to Meridian, we have the Max, which is a real nice venue. We will have entertainers singing. My son was he played guitar, he played keyboards. He was very big into music. We're opening the event with two of my coworkers singing "Lean on Me" a cappella. Of course, we'll open it with a welcome, and then we'll have prayer. We always open everything with prayer, and then we'll have food and craft vendors, small business booths, exotic petting zoo, a regular petting zoo, bounce houses, face painting, rock climbing, dunking booths, axe throwing, lots of food. We'll have the Actors Guild that's working with the children. We really want to make it's a non-alcohol event. We want to make it very family oriented to get families out there together and to destigmatize suicide. Because we're working in the community and in our schools and things too. We want to get out there, and suicide's not going to be that four-letter word that kids can't talk about. We want them to be able to ask what suicide's about, and we want to get our churches and our schools really involved in it, which we are doing that in our area now. So this is expected to be the largest event this year, so in our area.
Thank you for sharing. Ms. Keith, I see you have your hand up.
I did. I think it was a question I had read. Someone asked about the sibling. Well, actually, my other son, he's 28. So after his passing, I did make sure that he continued therapy, even when he felt like that particular therapy wasn't for him. We kept searching till we found the right one that was for him. Just because you go to therapy or go to counseling, that one may not be for you. So so we kept searching till we found the right one for him. And we also sit down and talk about his feelings because I always try to validate his feelings and how he's feeling so that we try to be there for each other, shall I say. So when we both have our days, he encouraged me, and when he have his days, I try to encourage him. So we just try to keep pushing that way. And also, I was blessed in the midst of that storm. My son passed in April, but my grandson was born in August. So they kind of kept me busy as well. So that's kind of how we navigate through that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Rhonda, the question was, did the siblings need or have any need for therapy or had experienced suicidal ideation?
Yes, my oldest child he tried to take his life by a drug overdose. I'm going to say within 90 days of his brother's death, he felt responsible because at the end they had some issues and it bothered him. He was put in, he's an architect. So he had a wife and two children too, and they're still married. But they put his company, because of the circumstances, had in-housed him for a 90-day treatment. And since that time, he has done. He still has his moments. Recently, my husband was on the vent about 4 weeks ago, really sick, and he came and he struggled with that. My husband is recovering now, but it just kind of brought back all of that. Hey, I've got to be there, and he wasn't there for his brother. So, but he's doing well. I only had two children. My one that had deceased son, he didn't have any children. And then I have two children, my oldest child. But we both, and I'm Catholic Christian by faith. I depended on my church family. My husband and I they were a rock. Without that, I had thoughts of suicide myself. When you lose a child, and that's just what I understand to be commonplace, that I wanted to go be with that child, but it took a toll. But my husband and I, we've been married 45 years, so we lean on each other. So, but yes, to your answer, he was in recovery for his suicide attempt.
Thank you. So now I'm going to turn it over to Miss Tara Rivers, and she's also going to share with us her lived experience. Miss Tara, I think you're still muted.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me now? All right. Well, let me start by sharing my story in the word of poetry. It's entitled Sleepless, the Invisible Scar No One Can See. It's one of the hottest days of the summer. Nighttime comes soon. Did you know scars can be painful? I do. Some scars are better left unseen. I've kept mine hidden for years. I put on a smile as if it was makeup trying to hide them. But just like a soda, when my body tries to fall asleep and my mind relaxes like a Coca-Cola bottle that's been shook, the contents shoot out vivid details in my dreams. Wait, shouldn't dreams be pleasant? As a child, do you remember before going to sleep, your mom saying, "Pleasant dreams"? Well, my unpleasant dreams became screams and I screamed, awakened by the nightmares. I relived my reality for decades as my mind and body keeps the score. I lay awake. What happened?
We still hear you, Miss Tara.
Okay, I'm sorry. I lay awake, sleepless once more. Let me move my papers. I think I might have been doing something wrong. I apologize. Left with the remnants of stained panties and pain down there, I was 13. I awoke groggy, feeling pain from forced entry into my womb, destroying my one-time only gift of virginity. Now I can never offer an untouched body to my future groom. Stolen was my power and ability to consciously and freely give my consent. In a daze and not quite sure why it had happened to me, I'm somehow imprisoned to this reality. Afraid that I would not be believed, but blamed, so I blamed me. I was only a child, forced to live my reality in silence. I felt shame. He was an adult. Who would believe me? My innocence shattered and my silence gave wings for the perpetrator to vanish like a thief. Now I'm afraid to fall asleep. My mind on replay, wondering would it have happened if I was awake? Would he still enter my room and enter my womb? Thoughts crowd my mind and I watch time go by, too scared to sleep. I count sheep. Now it's daylight and I still can't sleep. Ashamed, I blamed me. Fear silenced me. and I felt guilty for having a developing teenage body. Now scarred and sleepless, I lay awake, watching the door, listening to the nighttime noise that doesn't lull me to sleep. Still sleepless. God, please just make it go away. I cry silently. As the days become weeks, the weeks become months, and the months become years, the tears kept coming. And now I am 23. Footloose and fancy free, I am in the military. You see, now I thought I was skilled to protect me. No one would ever again hurt me. Little did I know that not all military personnel could be trusted as I had become accustomed to. Unforeseen, I failed to see his hidden agenda was my destiny. Summer months used to be my favorite. Now it's just like another trigger that goes off like my 9mm. Then it happened again. This time I was sleepwalking. No, not really, but I must have been. Or why didn't I see what was about to happen? His weapon of choice was a friendly demeanor. I was caught off guard and weaponless. His fist slammed into my hands, and my keys flew down the hall into darkness. Before I could formulate a question why, I felt the air being choked from my windpipes as I was dragged and slammed onto a bed, my hands trying to fight for freedom, and the voice and face that still haunts my dreams when I close my eyes. He yells out, "Don't move or else." God, please let me wake up from this nightmare. But when I open my eyes, he's still there. I'm struggling to breathe and scared to move. I beg for my life as quiet tears fall. His response was a gun put to my head. I waited for what seemed like centuries as he continued to rape me. I always thought that I would die fighting, but I lay there praying he would let me live to raise my little girl. So I kept quiet. The uncertainty of if I would live to hold my daughter again had me frozen in place. Tears stained my face. Thoughts of my daughter growing up without me, I couldn't fathom. So I lay there. My will broke. I wanted to live for my little girl, you see. I needed to ensure that this would not be her destiny. I denied my body to move or breathe. My chest tightens. I struggle to catch breath. I look into the eyes of a stranger who I once thought was a safe friend. Shallow breathing, and I blank out. A survivor. Did you know a scar is defined as a mark left on the skin or within the body after wounds have healed from physical injury or surgery? But what about the mind? Can it be scarred? Thoughts crowd my mind, and I watch time go by too scared to sleep. I count sheep. Now it's daylight, and I still can't sleep. Wait, is this a repeat? Am I dead or alive? Reality tugs at my throat by hands that remind me of that I was not dreaming. He released me, and I ran for my life, not looking back, just in case he changed his mind. If I die, I will die running towards freedom and what will eventually become my new normal. But my life really isn't as normal as it might appear. I'm just existing. As the sting from the painful scars that remind me of what was but feel like is. And when I dream, I can't distinguish between the pain, between the past and the present. My body keeps the score, my mind the triggers. It is one of the hottest days of the summer. Nighttime comes soon, and I'm sleepless. So I hide behind the four walls of my room with locked doors, searching for my new normal, while the invisible scars no one can see waits. I wrote this poem in 2021 after going through some mental health therapy. And actually was one of the treatments was to write about my trauma in the form of poetry. Poetry was one of the things that I utilized early on in my youth. And I didn't realize it was my therapy at the time, but it was just something to do to keep my mind off of knowing that I was going to have to try to go to sleep after being molested at the age of 13 in my sleep. I was scared to go to sleep. I got into the military, as the poem stated, and I thought that now that I've learned some skills that I could be safe. And in the military, they teach you that you got battle buddies and everybody is out to take care of each other. We look out for each other, but that's not always the case. At least for me, it wasn't in the situation that I had to happen to me a second time when I was raped at gunpoint. But I now look at myself and I define my trauma as a stepping stone for me to find my new normal and what's going to be new and normal for me. And I get to control what that is. And so I advocate for mental health because I know that it has been helpful for me to be able to get through the things that I've gone through in the military and with my sexual abuse. Anyone have questions for me?
Miss Tara, I don't see any questions yet, but I do see a lot of people are saying that your poem was wonderful and you are very courageous to share
Thank you.
your story.
Thank you. I would like to encourage mental health professionals to listen to their patients in a way that may be a little bit more unorthodox. Sometimes we don't say what we really need. And maybe if you can hear the underlying tone of what the patient is asking for. I would also say advocating for yourselves, even as mental health specialists, you too should do those things that help you to take care of your mental health as well as those when you're taking care of other ones. Because I know a lot for me, my therapist, I know I put them through a lot trying to get to a point where I could be where I am today. I wouldn't say that I'm like totally over everything, but I'm learning how to manage my triggers and I'm learning how to live my new normal. And thanks to everyone. I see the different comments. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
There is a question. She said, may I ask, how did the military handle what happened to you?
Thank you for asking that question. When it happened to me, I was not on military duty at the time. I was off duty, and it happened by a Navy sailor, and we were both off duty. So technically, when you're off duty and you're not on a military base, it's not under military control. It's under the civilian law enforcement. I did call law enforcement, but because I did not stay in the state where I was raped, I fled that area. Once I was raped and I was able to get away, I fled that area and I went to home back in Mississippi. And because I was not there when I called, the cops perceived what I had done was, well, what he told me he proceeded to be was regretful sex. So I did not get justice for the rape. They didn't help me at all, unfortunately. I am 53 years old now.
Well, thank you, Miss Tara, for sharing your story.
Looks like, I'm sorry, looks like we have two other folks with hands raised. I don't know if they wanted to drop their questions in the chat as well, but I just saw that, so lifted that up as well.
Okay.
I see one.
Well,
Uh,
hey, have
these
you had to see him again after. No, I have not. I have not seen neither one of my perpetrators since the day that it happened to me. This past April was the first time that I was able to forgive them for what they done. And I think it has been the catalyst that has helped me to be able to um, be who I am and not be ashamed of what I've gone through. It took a long time for me to get to a point where I would even share my story because I felt that people would judge me based on that, and I was already dealing with a lot of it, and I didn't get mental health care back when it happened to me. Also, in the military, they have a SHARP program, sexual assault, harassment, and response preventive program. They didn't have that back in 1993. So that's something new that they've initially brought in back in 2000 and I want to say 2010, 11 timeframe. And so they didn't have that when I first went through this, and there wasn't a lot of information in the Black community about sexual abuse and being able to get care back in the 80s and 90s when that happened to me. I grew up in a little rural area. And I do get care from the MST program at the VA.
Miss Tara, that was another question. I'm not sure if you see that one. How has that experience affected the way you make choices and view life?
Oh, wow. That was a great question. I raised my children through my trauma. And I say through my trauma because of the things that I didn't want to happen to them. I was very overly cautious. Even to this day, my 30-year-old, if he leaves out of the city or state, he's gonna text me and say, hey, I am here, I'm going here, share their locations with me, different things like that that wasn't available to me. And I'm constantly always checking on them. Even now that they're grown, I still kind of like, let me see you. If I can't see where you are, I can't hear from you, then I'm gonna have to call the cops. So I need to hear from you, and they always know that if my mom calls or texts and I don't respond, she's gonna be calling the cops. Let me go ahead and respond to her, because I just want to make sure that they're safe. And no, they didn't get the normal childhood. They didn't get to stay overnight with their friends or cousins. It was none of that. There was nobody in our house but me and my children. I didn't let people come into my house. Didn't want any family or friends staying the night with my kids there. So different little things like that I did. So yeah, I would say that my trauma did affect the way I raise my children and the way I make decisions.
Did they know your story or do they know your story now?
They know my story now. They didn't know it at the time. Yeah, I say that. Okay. Thank you. I did develop PTSD. Part of it was from my sexual trauma, and part of it was from combat trauma. What made me share my story with my children was to bring awareness to sexual assault and abuse, so that they would understand me a little better. And also, because my PTSD symptoms had gotten worse, and I know they noticed my symptoms and wasn't sure what was going on with me. So I had to kind of share with them what was going on so they could better understand what was going on with me. victim advocacy is a great avenue to go into. I became a sexual assault victim advocate in 2016 in the military to advocate for other veterans so that they wouldn't have to go through what I went through. And I continue to do different things like that now, even that I've retired from the military. I continue to try to help. NOVA is the National Organization of Victim Advocacy. They have a great sexual assault victim advocate program, NOV, well, it's TryNova, TRYNOVA.org, if y'all will be interested in being a victim advocate. They do have a credentialing program that you can get credentialed as well as get different trainings to be a victim advocate.
Miss Tara, does your family join you for therapy?
No, they have not. They all kind of spread it around right now. Everybody's in a different state or city.
Thank you so much for letting us work through this process. We wanted to take a few moments to just remind you all some housekeeping things. First and foremost, for the sessions that do have the CE credits, please make sure that when you're filling out those evaluation forms that you actually are putting the CE code in the very bottom section of the form. You have to scroll all the way down. There should be a section that says additional information or feedback, some kind of text box. That's where you'll drop that information. And then also remembering that at the end of this session, if you're interested in further engagement with the speakers, make sure that you utilize that Q&A function in order to participate in the Q&A session at the very end of this process. With further ado, I really want to take a moment to introduce our next work group member, Brad Martin. Brad will have a chance to speak and introduce our next speaker. And also, for those of you who are still looking to participate in the evaluation feature, text the word shatter to 866-510-0973. Thank you so much.
Well, Amber, thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Brad Martin. I'm a proud work group member for probably approximately 8 years. Currently, I serve as the Education and Outreach Project Manager at the Mind Center at the University of Mississippi Medical Center. And the presentation y'all will partake of this afternoon is entitled Suicide Prevention, Community Engagement, and Partnership Coordination by Dr. Adrienne Dorsey Kidd. Dr. Adrienne Dorsey Kidd is a licensed clinical social worker with a deep passion for mental health advocacy and support. Adrienne currently serves as a community engagement and partnership coordinator at Jackson's Veterans Affairs Medical Center, also known as the VA. Her previous professional roles include the Director of Human and Cultural Services for the City of Jackson, and also as a social work professor at Jackson State University. Adrienne specializes in infant mental health and is one of the founding members of Mississippi Infant Mental Health Collaborations. She is passionate about assisting families and reassembling their lives because she values people and the community. Adrienne possesses a superpower that lies in her resourcefulness and her comprehension of community resources and their advantages for individuals, families, and communities. So without further ado, the floor is yours, Dr. Adrienne Dorsey Kidd.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Okay. As Mr. Martin said, and thank you for that introduction, I am Adrienne Dorsey Kidd, and I do have a serious passion about being resourceful. When families approach us or when we're working with family, I think it's important, they're in crisis often when they come to us, that we're able to answer questions and not send them to Google or what have you when it comes to resources. So I spent about 10 years teaching, mostly at Jackson State, but other places as well. But for the most part, to me, a social worker wasn't worth its salt if that person didn't know what the resources were in the community to serve families. That's just one of my things. It's just important to me that we don't send our clients down rabbit holes or having them to do extra work when they're not in position mentally to do that work. But I'm not here to talk to you about resources. I'm here to talk to you about my role as a community engagement and partnership coordinator. This is a role that came about 2 or 3 years ago on the national level. I work at VA Medical Center here in Jackson. And what happened was we realized that the number of veterans who were dying by suicide were increasing, but specifically the number of people who were receiving their care from the community rather than coming to the VA. You could do the next slide, please. And so Congress got together and they put in some effort to see how we could prevent this, how we could decrease the number. And in the language of social workers, they decided that they would meet them where they were. They could not mandate that the veterans come to the hospital, to the VA hospital. So they developed what we are, which are community engagement and partnership coordinators, and they sent us out in the community. There are 2 of us in the city of Jackson. We serve the central Jackson area all the way up to Hattiesburg, and we serve in up into North Mississippi, parts of the Mississippi Delta as well. My colleague is Melissa, and she's, we're both new on board, and there are 2 community engagement and partnership coordinators out of the hospital on the coast. So for the state of Mississippi, there are 4 of us, and some states have more coordinators, just depending on the numbers of people. Our role basically is to go into the community, again, to connect with any community agency, any hospital, any medical facility, any social work organization, any community mental health that work with people that have mental health challenges or suicide challenges or what have you. And that's what we do on a daily basis. We are 100% in the community, trying to connect, trying to be that support system, trying to provide those resources, not only for veterans, but also for active service members and their families. So we are here, there, everywhere. Again, the program for Mississippi, for Jackson, we've had community engagement partnership coordinators for approximately not quite 2 years yet, but we're out, and most of our work have been done in Jackson just because that's that's where we're able to get the messaging out. But we're all over the state of Mississippi trying to get the message out that we're here to help, again, not only with veterans, family members as veterans, as well as active duty persons. You could go to the next slide, please. The mission, vision, and values of what we do is our mission is to facilitate communities in the development of implementation of comprehensive public health strategies to work toward ending suicide of service members, veterans, and their families. Our vision is that we work to end suicide through our engagement with communities at the national, state, and local level. We have on the state level, we work with the Governor's Challenge. On the national level, we're part of different organizations. We're in what we're divided by visions, and Mississippi falls within the Vision 16. We have relationships with SAMHSA. We have a relationship with Department of Mental Health on the state level, and a variety of organizations. We're working on relationships with the health department too, because again, it is a public health situation. Our values include recognizing everyone has a role to play in working to end suicide. We are dedicated to the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and committed to applying our care values to our daily efforts to engage and support communities and VA colleagues. Next slide, please. The need, and I know this is redundant because we've all talked about the statistics. The need is great in the city, in the state, in the country. The needs continue to climb. When you hear that we're the 3rd leading cause between the ages of 15 and 24, that's staggering. I think I read where we're also the 2nd leading cause of the people dying by suicide, the 2nd leading cause for those in the ages of 10 to 14. We've seen an increase in most of the populations that we serve. And so it's very concerning. So the need is there across the board, regardless of what population you're serving. Recently in 2023, the VA released its National Veteran Suicide Prevention Annual Report. with the largest national analysis of veteran suicide through 2021. Please, next slide, please. And what we're seeing is that the suicide rate has increased in a lot of different categories. We saw it double for women. We saw an increase with Native Americans. We saw an increase with African Americans. Suicide mortality increased for veterans and non-veterans adults from 2021. The counting rate includes, there was the increase among women, among veteran women, among Native Americans, and among African Americans. Leading cause, it is the leading cause of death and years of life lost among VA leading veterans overall. Woo. Made it go away somehow. Okay. In 2021, suicide was the 13th leading cause of death for veterans overall. Suicide was the 4th leading cause of years of potential life prior to COVID-19. In 2020 and 2021, suicide was the 5th leading cause of death. Most of the people who died by suicide, based on the numbers that we saw, died from firearms. The second most common cause was those who were using medications. They died from overdoses. Next slide, please. And this is just highlighting the increases. Again, women veterans had a 24.1 increase. Native American unadjusted rate of suicide was 46.3 per 100,000. Almost 52% increase in the unadjusted suicide rate from 20 to 21. Homeless vets were also impacted. We saw an increase in that number as well. 112.9 per 100,000 suicide rate was highest observed from 2000 to 2021, which is a 38.2% increase since 2020. Suicide rate was more than 186.5% higher. Another group where we saw an increase was priority group 5, and that's the population of people who are veterans that have lower income, economic incomes. They had the highest rate of suicide at 57.1% increase, which was a 9.8 increase from 2020. Also, justice involved veterans, and these are veterans who end up at the attention of the law. It could be for a myriad of reasons why they end up where they are in the court systems or in the legal systems. But they had a suicide rate of 151 per 100,000, which was the highest over this period, which was a 10.2% increase since 2020. One of the things we have, the VA have what they call social workers who work directly with people involved with the justice systems. And what they shared was that if somebody is arrested and have to spend the night in jail, that increases the likelihood of them becoming homeless. And of course, if it increases the likelihood of them becoming homeless, it increases the likelihood of them experiencing some kind of mental health challenges, which increases the likelihood of them becoming suicidal. So those are the 5 main categories that we saw when they did the most recent report on suicide report from the national level. Next slide, please. Try to make this a little smaller. Okay. Again, talking about the need, half of the veterans who receive the care outside of the VA. And although the VA is dedicated to reaching all service members, veterans, and their families where they live and connect, we respect the fact that people have choice. And if they choose not to come to the VA, again, that's why our positions were created, so we could bridge the gap and meet them where they are. We bridge the gap by implementing a public health approach that combines community and clinical individual interventions for suicide prevention. Next slide, please. We focus, our high focus area is coalition building. And we connect with whomever is working in any form of mental health. We have faith-based organizations, We work with schools, just anybody who's interested in reducing the number of suicides. So our coalition building meetings provide consultation for coalition building, logistic and technical support for sustainability. We conduct needs assessments and environmental scans just to see if there's a need in that particular area, if that area already has a large influx of people who are working on the same situation. We do data surveillance. We assist by doing action planning. We do suicide prevention training, gatekeeping training. We do outreach and education related to suicide prevention strategies, and we assure alignment of community coalitions goals with VA goals. Next, please. Our moderate focus areas include facilitating and coordinating trainings on secure storage training, and that's the gun locks. We give out gun locks. We are able to get them and we pass them out to anybody who is interested in having them, because again, that is the number one way people die by suicide is by using guns. And so we have gun locks. We encourage people to use them if they have small kids in the home. We encourage people to use them if they have impulsive teenagers in the home. And we definitely encourage people to use them if they have somebody in the house that's experiencing some form of depression or may have already had some suicidal ideation. So we're able to give the gun locks out at no cost to anybody basically who needs them. And we are happy to do that. We're in the process of trying to partner with some of the police departments so that we can give out gun locks. They're the ones who are on the boots on the ground, as we say, that's going to the different homes. And they know where the the people who are having suicidal ideations are because they're getting the calls. They know where the people who have had the attempted suicide because they're getting the calls. And so we are trying to partner now. We're in the midst of, we have conversations going. We just haven't formalized the partnership of trying to partner with various Jackson police departments for that very reasons. Just to, again, so we can reduce the number. So again, we facilitate secure storage training, mental health apps, a lot of training and talk about military culture because of the high risk among veterans and active duty members. Again, we do gatekeeper training, different trainings related to suicide prevention and signs and symptoms. The First Lady, Ms. Franklin, talked about postvention. We work with people on postvention as well. And we use the TAPS, that's a national model. Safety planning, I heard somebody talk about safety planning as well, where we can informally, we talk and try to train people on how to develop safety plans. One of our main gatekeeper that we use is the VA SAVE suicide prevention model, suicide risk evaluation, and we discuss ways to do whole healthy and wellness for people as well. The next slide, please. And our 3 priority areas is identifying service members, veterans, and their families, and screening for suicide risks. And what we've seen in the world of veterans, and again, although I'm talking about veterans, it applies to family members of veterans as well as active duty members. But what we've seen consistently among people once they get out of the service, and as you all know, the service is pretty regimented. You know what time you're waking up, you know what time you're going to bed, you know what you're wearing that day, you know where you're working and everything. Is what we've seen is an increased number of veterans who die by suicide once they get out of the service. The reacclimation to society, non-military society, is very hard on a lot of these family members, and they don't know what to do. They don't know, they have difficulties reacclimating to their everyday world. Family members, because they've been gone so long, it's another acclimation process, getting used to being back in the home, being, quote, the man of the house, because the wife has been running everything. So there's various acclimation process that goes on once a soldier returns back home. And one of our aligning areas is to provide support to those different family members, different groups, so that, again, the support that veteran returning home may need, we could help not necessarily help supply that through our support or through directing him to the right people for support. We also promote connectedness and improve care transitions. One of the things that we are aware of, and I realize that I'm preaching to the choir, is that a lot of times when suicide occurs, it's because people have chosen to pull away and withdraw from their communities. And so we work with, again, that's on educating different organizations about the signs and symptoms so that we can continue connectedness and try to keep that person feeling viable and a part of the groups through maintaining some form of connectedness. And oftentimes those groups are aware of where the needs are within their own community. And through our training and with the signs and symptoms, they're able to reach out and pull that person in. And that is why we're not just, doing VA, but that is why we're all over and a lot of variety of areas and everything. We work with college students as well. And oftentimes, it's their first time. And I know Dr. Ridley Jones talked about this, Dr. Jones Ridley. But when they're away from home, for some of them, it's the first time away from home, having to make decisions on their own. If it's a large college, they may not feel comfortable asking for assistance. They may not feel secure, included. Sometimes the parents are in Atlanta or Chicago or, different places. And so we try to make sure that housing program manager, those people who are in the dorms with the children 24/7, recognize signs and symptoms, know what to do in case somebody's in the midst of a crisis, and make sure those connections are there. Same thing in the faith-based community. I know somebody already referenced about how if you are religious, you're not supposed to need assistance. So we do a lot of training and education with faith-based communities. Number one, to try to decrease the stigma. Number two, because if you're a Southern Baptist, anything the preachers say, people believe and people will follow. And so if we could get these pastor and clergy people to support the idea of asking for help when help is needed, it decreases the stigma associated with any kind of mental health issue. If we could get the clergy to talk about suicide, it also opens the door for other people to talk about the need and everything. So again, that's why we're here there with all the different organizations. And the last aligning priority is talking about increasing secure storage and safety planning, and that goes back to the gun lock. We also have what we call gun safety chamber locks, and it's really pretty cool. What the statistics show with the gun locks, it takes about 2 or 3 minutes to get the lock off the gun. Once and within that 2 or 3 minute, what we've seen is that 2 or 3 minutes is enough for people to think about what they're doing, change their mind, put the lock back on the gun, and then seek help the next day. So that's statistically proven. With the chamber lock, it's a place where you can put a picture of somebody that you care about. It's your children, your grandchild, your spouses, or whomever. And as they're trying to make the unlock, when they see that picture again, it reminds them of the fact that, hey, it's somebody here that I love and who loves me. Let me think about what I'm doing. And again, statistically, it has shown that it changes the mind. They put the lock back on once they see that grandbaby's picture. And people put everything. People have their dog, whomever they love, they put that picture there. And whatever it takes for them to think twice, delay taking any kind of action, and stay here for tomorrow so we can provide them with the support and help that they need, it works. So we have both of those available, and we give those out as well at no cost. And of course, if somebody's interested, just reach out and we'll make that happen. Next slide, please. Priority area, listen a little more detail. Again, that's priority number one is identifying service member, veterans, and families and screen for suicide risk. And this involves community and provides indicated knowing if patients serving the military help them provide better care and may change diagnosis and treatment of some conditions. Awareness of an individual's military service and potential implication can inform treatment planning and open doors to resources and benefits. Veterans do not always disclose their military service, thus may not be aware of the ways in which their service history could open doors to resources and benefits or be relevant to their treatment. I have a couple coalition with various veterans of VFWs within the state of Mississippi, and those are auxiliary, the wives of service members and veterans, as well as active duty personnel themselves. So again, we work with any and everybody who is interested in reducing suicide, but that's just a specific example of a military organization that we work with. And next slide, please. Priority area 2 is promoting connectedness and improving care transitions. Again, we work with the Community Partners Coalition to create plans and processes that facilitate the safe transitions of patients from one level of care to another. Examples of this include post-hospital discharge, post-emergency department visit, military to veteran status, incarceration to community, and from one practitioner to another. Let me just say a little bit about pre-emergency department visit. We have what is called the Compact Act. And basically we have a compact coordinator. And if a veteran goes to the hospital with any type of suicide ideation or attempt, if they contact the VA within 72 hours, that would be at no cost to that veteran or that veteran family, even if that veteran has come by ambulance. And so don't quote me on 100%, but if you want some information on it, we have a compact coordinator, and I could definitely connect you with that person. Another goal is for community partners and coalition to work as a collaborative team and develop innovative strategies to narrow the gap in transitions. And we also explore options for providing opportunities for healthy and purposeful connections that help instill hope and decrease isolation. And that's part of being connected and improving care transition. The next slide, please. Priority area 3 is also, again, talking about increased lethal means safety and safety planning. And we provide support to coalitions through the exploring of opportunities to address the following: secure storage for firearm, medication safety, expanding reach of secure storage messaging, and safety for opioids. We are working with different organizations on trying to get medication boxes that you can lock your medication in, because just like the gun locks, the delay allow people to think twice about what they're doing and decrease the number of people who are dying by suicide. So we are in the process of working with various organizations on that. We also partner with various organizations that is able to provide the medication that when somebody has OD'd, if you're able, I can't think of the medication right now, but we're also working with organizations on that effort as well. Next slide, please. And here's just some basic benefits of working community coalition work. And again, I realize I'm talking to social workers and mental health providers, so we are in the trenches and we already know this, but I'm going to share it with you guys anyway. One of the benefits of working with Community Coalition is that we develop close working relationships with multiple agencies that assist the people we serve. Just on this call alone, some of the people who have presented, I've already done some work with, or I am in the process of doing work with, either on the professional level or on the coalition building level. So this is definitely true. So when you're speaking the same language, you're on the same page, you're more likely to be effective in what you're doing. And it's a way of supporting each other. Also, we promote a deeper familiarity with the issues surrounding suicide prevention for service members, veterans, and their families. Again, decreasing the stigma, being able to talk about it, not being afraid to talk about it, not pretending it doesn't happen in our community, regardless of what your economic or race status is. But just openly talking about it. And these coalitions just cross all different boundaries, all different lines, and we're just one. We're in this effort to reduce people dying by suicide. We just operate as one, speaking the same language, and basically administering the same message. Also often coordinates, one of the benefits is that we often coordinate community-wide crisis response to facilitate engagement in mental health care and prevent suicide deaths, and ongoing analysis to improve the system. And also when major disasters occur like COVID, the community is already prepared to respond, and that's because we've already been working together. We already been working toward the same effort. So you don't have to go through a lot of red tape. You just pick up the phone because you've developed these relationships and say, hey, there's a need over here in rural Mississippi. There's a need up here in northern Mississippi. Can you help? I can't physically get there, but can you handle it for me until I can get there? Or until we could get a mobile crisis unit up there? And so those are just some of the benefits of doing community coalition work. Next slide, please. The benefits to us, the benefits to the VA program is connecting service members, veterans, and their families to community partners. And again, going back to the fact that oftentimes, for whatever reason, veterans choose not to come to the VA. If we could say, hey, if you're not comfortable coming to the VA, I know somebody who does a similar mental health services in the community, let me connect you with them. I know somebody who has a support group for persons who've just just left the military. Let me connect you with them. From my perspective, come to the VA, but with recognizing it and being realistic about the situation, knowing that everybody won't come to the VA and still want to be able to do a warm handoff where I know that these people are, connected. These people are have the same goal in mind, just to make sure that veteran and those family members receive whatever support they need, even if they choose to do it somewhere other than the VA. Streamlining processes for veterans is also benefit to the VA program. Being able to hear what veterans and their families need help us kind of guide the process and how we respond to veterans. And again, we can do it because of the role that we play. We don't have to be at the VA to do it, although we're connected. We can do it through our different coalitions within the community. Offering alternatives to veterans who are apprehensive about engaging with the VA. I wish I could see a show of hands to see if I had any veterans in the audience. And I love to always get the feedback as to why people make the choices that they do, but respecting that again. But again, we are the community component of the VA as it relates to suicide prevention, and we are the alternative by the coalitions that we work with, other alternatives to attending the VA. And again, bridging the gap between community partners in the VA and mitigating in psychosocial stresses to decrease the frequencies of crisis and increase stability. Next slide, please. Again, my colleague is Melissa Lies, and I am Dr. Adrienne Dorsey Kidd. And if you need support or have any interest in doing coalition building, please feel free to call me. I know I went way too fast. So if you guys have any questions, I'm open to answer any questions that you may have. Does that mean I was thorough, you guys?
Dr. Kidd, thank you so much. This is Jaquilla. I do not see any questions in the Q&A. You did have two people who raised their hands to let you know that they are Army vets.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service, God. Thank you all. I say guys, but thank you for your service.
Okay. So that looks like that is it for us, and I don't see any more questions.
Move on a little bit. So this next phase, we'll hear a little bit more from the videos, from the voices of Moving America's Soul on Suicide. In this next clip, we'll hear from Tanya, and we'll learn more about how surviving traumatic events and the development of PTSD left her wounded emotionally and propelled her into the fight for her own life.
Well, you know, anger is a response to another deeper situation going on. I heard everybody hurt, but it usually has that component of power and control with it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and I'm good at you know, not saying it's always a good thing, but you know, I just think I am. And that's why, you know, again, but it means something different for me. It doesn't mean, you know, I want to just fight everybody or I want to have a, you know, bad behavior. You know, to me, fighting is staying alive. When I was a little girl, I had dreams of being a Broadway singer. Back in the day, my mama used to say, "You don't even know your ABC, but you know every." But that's the kind of family I had. You know, we lived in this amazing neighborhood. People poor, we know it because we had an abundance of love, of entertainment, and so I just had this amazing, you know, childhood. And I was happy, and I was laughing, I was vibrant, and then I was molested. And I remember turning into this beast. And I remember that little girl with the big forehead, with the big tooth, who wanted to entertain people. She died, and nobody grieved for her. Nobody said nothing. And that was hard. By the time I was 10, I was sexually active on my own. 12 was the first time that I tried to kill myself. And so I remember getting out the hospital in New Orleans and I came home. Nobody never said anything in my family. Nobody asked Tanja, you know, why did you do it? They just told me, you know, you need to go to church and you need to trust God more. I'm like, okay. I started, you know, acting out more. I started getting kicked out of school more. I never forget the first time that I was raped. It was very violent, and it was with a person that I wouldn't have expected it to be by. And I'll never forget, you know, feeling so vulnerable that he beat me that I passed out.
We are going to pause just a second to make sure everyone can hear this video. So just give us a few minutes to check on that, and then we'll resume the video. Okay, this should be improved audio. Thanks for your patience.
That's when it really got bad. The behavior worsened because I went from doing marijuana, and marijuana, you know, was then became pills. Pills became cocaine. There was a friend of mine. She told me, she said, "Hey, look, my uncle, you know, he has a lot of money. You know, he's looking somebody just to kick it with." And that's when I began to prostitute. I felt I was in control because men had messed over me for so long. This was me basically taking my power back, which was ridiculous because there was a part of me that was disgusted by what I was doing. And the more I did it, the more I hated myself. I remember my mom said that when I tried to kill myself, that was the first time she seen my dad cry. And you had to know my dad. My dad was a strong man. He was very sure of himself. He was like a drill sergeant. He figured he had to train me to be stronger. I think he saw suicide as, you know, my daughter being weak. And there's no way my daughter can be weak. He just taught me to be strong. He taught me to believe in whatever I believe in, to stand up for it and to fight for it. Anyway, so like I said, I had a whole lot of trauma and a whole lot of drama. And what happened is that I was going to college and I was not going to class. And so I was just doing drugs and just hanging out in the boys' dormitory, doing my thing. Eventually, he found out that I was not going to school. And so he was like, you know what, I'm done with you. I've been giving you money and you have not been enrolled in nobody's class. If you want to go to college, you go down your own. I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. So I went and signed up for the military. I remember taking the test and I didn't score high enough to be military police. And the recruiter said, well, I can probably help with that. And I went, dog, men must know that something about me. I always said I was like manure. I have cows and you can smell the manure from the cows. And if you go close to it, you see flies. And I just saw myself being manure and bad men was flies. And they just found me. So I'm just like, okay, so I, perform sexual favors. And that's how I, was able to get my score high enough to be military police. The military was some of my best times because what it did was it gave me a sense of purpose. I love camaraderie, I love teamwork. And so, like I said, I was trained to fight while wounded by my dad. And then in the military, they teach you, bombs bursting in air, you get shot, you still better, pick up your weapon and keep it moving and aim back at the enemy. But here's the deal, I was always fighting the enemy and I didn't know what it was. I finally got in a good space. I did a lot of rehabilitation. I got off the drugs and I think I had been clean for like maybe 4 years. And that's when I met this guy, Darren, who was going in these communities, underserved communities, every Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. He would go out and he would give food to the homeless. He was going into prisons. He was going to the Salvation Army and, just, encouraging men and things like that. And I'm like, I want to do what he's doing. And so we began, ministry or working out in the community together. And so when I told him, I'm like, look, I want to start a program on Friday nights to help people with addiction. And he was just like, okay. And so we started in my grandmother's house. Then it moved to a friend of mine's house who was a social worker. And then it moved moved into a church. And before you knew it, it just became something huge. The name of it was Set Free Indeed, from the scripture John 8:36. Whom the Son has set free is free indeed. And what we did is that we provided a safe space for people every Friday night who had an issue with addiction of any kind, their family member. It started off to maybe being, 15 people to like 200 a night. And we were able to serve food. We did breakout groups and all this other stuff. And while we continued to serve in the community. And so what happened is that one day we're doing all this amazing work, me and Darren, and I get a call and I don't answer back because it was a 202 number. And then 2 days they kept calling. And so then on the third day they called the church we were at and they were like, hey, we're looking for Tanja. And so they was like, Tanja, the White House is calling you. President George W. Bush would like you to be his guest at the State of the Union address.
Our fourth goal is to apply the compassion of America to the deepest problems of America. For so many in our country, the homeless and the fatherless, the addicted, the need is great. Yet there's power, wonder-working power, in the goodness and idealism and faith of the American people. Addiction crowds out friendship, ambition, moral conviction, and reduces all the richness of life to a single destructive desire. Yet for those already addicted, the fight against drugs is a fight for their own lives. Too many Americans in search of treatment cannot get it. Our nation is blessed with recovery programs that do amazing work. One of them is found at the Healing Place Church in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A man in the program said, God does miracles in people's lives, and you never think it could be you. Tonight, let us bring to all Americans who struggle with drug addiction this message of hope. The miracle of recovery is possible, and it could be you.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It is. I think it's gonna be interesting for people to go, so wow, you know, you went through all that and you never said nothing. And you're supposed to be so strong, and you know, you were doing so much. And how is it that, you know, how is it that that can be the same thing? So even doing this, you know, I think about, you know, what people are gonna say, because you know I'm used to doing, you know, stuff, you know, like this, but you know, telling this story, you know,
Yeah, it's a different part of the story.
it's a different part of the story. You know,
Yeah.
it's easy to say, oh yeah, 30 years ago, you know, off drugs, and you know, it's been a great journey, but to say, yeah, 5 years ago, you know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't even like the thought of it coming out of my mouth. Because again, I think I'm still think how people are going to, you know, see, are they going to judge me? You know, I'm not really harping on it, but I think that, you know, wait a minute, how is it that, you know, you have all this faith, you have all this stuff going for you, and you still have suicide ideations? You know, that whole experience, you know, doing all that phenomenal work on a national stage, you know, was a blessing and still is. And it opened up so many opportunities for me to share my story of hope that recovery is real, that recovery is real. And so it was just an amazing journey. But again, nobody saw how dark and deep and how depressed I was. And my husband knew, but he didn't know what to do. Darren and I started having some marital issues, you know, fast forward some years later. When me and Darren first got married, we had to have extensive counseling because of my background. You know, like one of the questions was, so if you're walking in the mall and you see a guy she turned a trick with, you know, how you gonna feel about that, Tanja? Darren, what you gonna feel about that? So it was stuff like that that most married people don't talk about that we had to talk about. And so anyway, we were just having these challenges, and I needed a break. I'm like, I just need a break. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I need a break. I left and I stayed in a hotel for 10 days. And then a friend of mine found out that I was in a hotel, and they were like, you need to come live with us. They had a guest house. And I remember us having a fallout on the phone, and I'm thinking like, wow, I failed at being a wife. You know, nobody is going to side with me. I wasn't asking anybody for sides, to take sides for me and Darren, but because of my past, I know I was going to get the blame for everything. And I'm just like, you know what? I just can't take that shame. And so before you know it, I started, you know, journaling. And then journaling started into writing. And before you know it, I was, you know, full-fledged suicide thoughts. And as I'm writing, I began to start planning. And basically, I just wanted my family to know that, look, this is my decision. This is my life. It's my decision. You couldn't love me enough. I know y'all love me, but I'm done. I'm tired. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired. And I began to write a 4-page letter, you know, to, you know, basically to all of them, you know, telling them how much I love them. And so I remember it clearly. After I wrote the letter, I went and got my medications, and I got in my car, and I'm just like, okay, I just need to find a space that somebody can find me pretty quickly. I reached out to my cousin who had PTSD, and he had just finished his time as being a Marine, and I'm like, I just need him to tell everybody, look, I'm good. And for some reason, I thought that he would understand. So I called him. I'm like, look, cuz, I'm like, I'm done. I'm tired. You know what I've been through with, you know, the things of Darren and I, and I'm just done. I love y'all, but I don't need nobody to be hurt by this. And so I remember him just going, cuz, what are you talking about? And no, cuz, and I remember him just hanging up the phone. And so he tried to call me back. I wouldn't answer. He tried to call me back again, and then my nephew and nieces start calling me, and I did not answer. And so I'm riding around trying to find a park, And then I get a phone call from a friend of mine, Sharon. And the reason why I answered her phone call, because a friend of hers had just died, her best friend. And I remember when Ronnie died, I didn't go to the funeral because I was sad. I wasn't sad that Ronnie died. I was sad that Ronnie wanted to live and she died. I don't want to live and I'm still alive. And so she said, Tanja, please come to my house. And I hung up the phone. She called me back. And I'm like, okay, I'm coming to your house. And I was lying. And she's like, would you stay on? She's like, I'm gonna stay on the phone until you come to my house. And I'm like, no, I'm good. And I say, I tell you what, I'm going back to my house or back to the guest house. And for some reason, I had a come to myself moment. And I went back to the house. And as soon as I went back to the house, I turned the corner and there was 2 police cars. So I'm like, you know what? I do this for a living. I got it. You know, I got this. And so I said, look, you know, I said, me and my husband just having a bad time. We're just going through some challenges. I'm good. He's like, well, there's a lot of people, you know, concerned about you. A lot of people are looking for you. And I said, look, I said, I was just with the sheriff today. I was with such and such, and I started rolling down names. And he's like, I know you. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, you're the lady, I've seen you on TV. He's like, wait a minute, you do stuff with law enforcement. I'm like, yeah, that's me. So I'm like, I know I'm good now. So I just started talking to him. And then he's like, you know what, Miss Miles, wait a minute. So he went to the car and made a call. And then he came back and he said, I'm sorry, there are a lot of people concerned about you, even the sheriff. You know, you need to go to the hospital. I got locked up for like 7 to 8 days. And I remember the look, some of my friends and family came to visit me, and I remember the look on their face. They were horrified. I never want to see that look on anybody again. And then I realized that, you know, this pain that I'm feeling, if I do this, the pain don't leave, it just transfers to them. So I ended up going to therapy, which was one of the best decisions I ever made. And so it's been 5 years that I haven't not had a suicide ideation or any thoughts of suicide. And people ask me, so what do you contribute that to? You know, besides my faith, I contributed to being in therapy. Therapy ain't scary, because it's my hour. You know, I do all this amazing stuff for everybody else, which I'm grateful to do it, but it's my hour. And I don't have to feel selfish about having an hour for myself. I didn't know what was going on with me. My family didn't know. That's not why they didn't know what to do. I didn't know what trauma was. And the sad thing is, I've worked with people with addiction, you know, most of my, you know, adult life, you know, having a treatment facility, working around psychiatrists and doctors and therapists, and just never put 2 and 2 together that, you know, it was trauma. And when there was a name put to the pain, then I'm like, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm wounded, you know, but there's hope. And there's a process to this pain. There's a process through getting out of this trauma. And so that's why it clicked for me so fast, because I was like, oh, now I get it. That's why I act like that. I wasn't a bad person. I wasn't an evil person. I was wounded. You know, I was trying to fight for my life. The other thing that has helped me is that I go to a trainer 3 times a week, and he has this thing called Mind and Muscle, which has been a game changer. It's for athletes who have been wounded, and now they have to get back in the game. And it teaches them how to overcome that hurt. And it's been a game changer for me to teach me how to stay in the present. It teaches me to fight, because I can fight, but I can't fight angry. Who knew, you know? And that I'm a natural born fighter. I fight for people who don't have a voice. You know, I fight for people, but I have to be in a good space to fight for people. And just like I fight for people, I have to fight for myself.
Tanja is a defensive fighter. Reason why I say that, you like to take your time with things and understand it before you just jump to the offensive real quick. Like I say, you can get knocked out very easily in this ring by underestimating your opponent. And that's one thing you never do. You never underestimate a situation. You'll analyze it like very, very good first. I like that. You'll really analyze, be like, all right, D, wait a minute. All right, I'm just go ahead and just do this. And then it's like, boom, you got it. The great thing about that is you get to see things for what they can be, opposed to just seeing them for what they are. Because when you see something for what it is, that's just at the moment. Like you said, you don't want to just live in that moment. Like when you put yourself in the present, anything can happen. Like if you put yourself in the moment, it's just a short instance of that present. So it's like, that's why I say I like you being a defensive fight. Like you really can just sit back and just, okay, boom, I got it. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
See, yeah.
Yeah. Then the other thing that has been a game changer for me is that my family and friends, they know I'm open with them when I'm struggling. You know, if I call right now, 4 o'clock in the morning and just say, hey, I need, and they're probably at my door before I finish the sentence. And I want to lead by example to them that they can live a good life. A mental health diagnosis does not have to define you, because I know some of them suffer with depression and anxiety. So it's imperative for me to be open and honest with them on what my struggles were, you know, what challenges I may face now, but to let them know that they're not alone, we're not alone, and whatever it is, we're gonna get through this as a family. And that's the real deal. I was always tired. You heard me say, you know, I'm tired. But now I'm determined when I die, I'm not gonna die tired. I'm gonna die empty. So I still have a lot of purpose to do on this earth, and that's what I'm gonna do, help save people. I used to couldn't have any pictures of myself at that age.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I felt sorry for her, because I felt that she died and nobody ever grieved.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she died and nobody ever grieved for her. But now, you know, I can look back and I see the pictures, and yeah, you know, I kind of feel like that. I feel like her again. You know, yeah, she didn't die. Yeah, she didn't die. Oh no, she didn't die. No. Mm-mm.
Right. Good deal. Next, we'll hear from Teresa Mosley, who will provide information about CE procedures and help us close out the program. Before we get into that, we sincerely thank the Mississippi Department of Mental Health and Fahrenheit Creative Group for their invaluable assistance in coordinating this event. Our deep appreciation also goes out to our exceptional presenters for their invaluable insight into preventing and addressing mental health challenges within our communities. We thank the advocates, social workers, educators, healthcare professionals, therapists, the faith-based community, and community leaders for their unwavering participation. For those of you who may have missed any part of this symposium, we are pleased to inform you that the event will be accessible via live stream on MDMH's Facebook page.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? I've had some computer problems. First of all, I want to say what a fantastic this symposium has just been awesome all day long. It's been an emotional day for me, as I know it has been for Keisha, Rhonda, and Tara. And I just thank you so much for sharing your story, because I know how hard that is. I am going to tell you a little bit about myself, because I really have about 20 minutes I can talk, but I'm not going to talk 20 minutes. I am Teresa Mosley. I am a psychometrist at Mississippi College Dyslexia Education and Evaluation Center, and I'm an adjunct instructor at MC as well. I'm also a very passionate advocate for education and suicide awareness and prevention. And I believe that these two are connected because people need to be educated about suicide awareness and prevention. I also feel like a charter member of the Mississippi Suicide Prevention Work Group. And the reason that I became a member of this work group is because on June the 13th, 2006, I became a loss survivor. Because on that evening, my daughter Elizabeth took her own life at the age of 15 and a half. And she had struggled with depression and anxiety. And I think that the pain of living eventually exceeded her fear of dying. And so she made the choice to leave us. Losing her, I made a commitment to God because I did not want her life to have been taken in vain. I'm sorry. I had to reach out to others and talk about this taboo subject that lots of people had said to me, if we talk about it, then more people will do it, which we all know is a big myth. So I will continue to talk about it and encourage others to do the same. So I want to thank you for joining the Mississippi Department of Mental Health's 8th Annual Suicide Prevention Symposium, Shattering the Silence, Raising Awareness, and Empowering Life to Prevent Suicide. During today's symposium, you were shown live experience or lived experience clips from the movie Moving America's Soul on Suicide. If you would like to view this movie in its entirety, it is available on YouTube. We hope that you have found this year's symposium enlightening and engaging. Your presence contributed immensely to the event's success. And on behalf of the Mississippi Suicide Prevention Work Group, thank you, and we truly appreciate your continued support to raise suicide awareness and empower the message of hope. Certificates will be mailed to each participant in the coming weeks. And I'd like to close this day out with a quote that many people over the years have heard me say, and it comes from Harold Ivan Smith, who wrote the book A Long Shadowed Grief, Suicide and Its Aftermath, which is an excellent book for lost survivors. And this quote touches my heart. It's not the statistics that make suicide real. It's when you know you love one of the numbers. And I love one of the numbers. Thank you. And we look forward to seeing you next year.